Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Oh, it's a day. Yeah, everybody's alive. Everybody's here. It's a yeah, good times. I didn't
More or
really have
less.
a proper warm up time because my gizmos didn't want to cooperate and connect, and technical difficulties make life so much more interesting. Today we're joined by Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels. I can English, I promise, and Dr. Dino. How are you folks today?
Doing pretty good. Up to about a second ago, I was hearing two of you, so I was hunting down the tab that I had open, but I just killed it, I think. But no, I'm great. Yeah, I was. That's why I was kind of like bewildered. I was like, "What's going on?" Yeah, I'm doing great. How you doing, Ember?
Oh, Sudite, zipping around, so much zoom, so much juggle. It's
Yeah,
it's always an adventure.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm pretty good. Just had some Mexican for dinner, so hopefully that behaves.
sweet. Ah, I love Mexican. I don't have it nearly enough.
Yeah, I miss it too. My
Yeah.
I would spend a lot of my life in Las Vegas, and good Mexican food down there, especially Vegas and California. Yeah, good stuff.
Mm.
Up here in Washington, much harder to find.
Well, that's
Well,
unfortunate.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like I'm from the Midwest. There's a few really good Mexican places down up here.
yeah. We have a couple of good ones up here, but definitely not as easy to find as is like in the Southwest and South Central U.S.
Oh, for sure.
Fair.
Yeah,
Yeah, I had when I was an over-the-road trucker, I was on I-10 and there was a blizzard which consisted of two or three snowflakes, so they closed the highway, and I had to stay over a couple of nights in Jesus Christ, El Paso. Can you tell my brain is fried?
if you were in El Dorado, I
I
don't know why
know.
you left.
That's why I retired from trucking. Oh yeah, yeah. El Paso. But the truck stop that we found, I was team driving at the time, happened to have a Mexican restaurant right there, and it was like an actual Mexican restaurant because it's
Nice,
right on the border with Mexico. So good times, good times.
very good.
Yeah, if you gotta sit, you may as well sit where there's good food.
Yep, absolutely. Good meal really helps you too, especially when you're. I mean, trucking long hours, you're away from home. Yeah, a good meal is definitely gets you through that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It helps replenish the dopamine and things.
yeah.
Very agree.
My goodness. Yeah, the Canadian wildfire smoke it's assaulting my area again.
Yeah, I hear it's pretty bad over
Yep.
there. Normally we're getting the Canadian wildfire smoke over here, but it's the East Coasters that are dealing with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's it's been a trip. I wanted to go for a walk today because it was a nice temperature, but just walking to my car, I was like, it's like when you get campfire smoke in your face, you know?
Yeah,
It's just
it's terrible. Yeah.
yeah, not cool.
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for the people in Canada, but me and my minor inconvenience, but still, it's making me a little more coffee today. Well, not coffee. I have my coffee, but like coughing, I suppose. Whatever.
Mhm.
Details.
Yeah.
So today we're gonna rank some logical fallacies. So, of course, we all come across a ton of these things, dealing with creationists and apologists and people in general.
Yeah.
So I rounded up roughly 20 of the most common ones that I run across. Some of them are kind of like double duty, like there's a few that are reversible, right? Like the argument from composition. I forget the name of the inverse. I have it on my list here. Let's see.
I got the wiki open that I can use for reference because I have absolutely no idea what's on the list tonight. So I figured I'd have
Yeah,
some
I'm
reference
excited to
open so I
see.
can take a look.
Yeah, yeah.
Although I did tell a biology friend that I was doing this tonight, and
Division.
they were confused.
Vision. Yeah.
They confused fallacies for a different word,
Oh no.
Really? Oh,
which might be a good idea on a different website.
Yes, yes. So subscribe to our OnlyFans next, where we'll talk about all manner of biological protuberances.
Only dinos.
Knees comments pretty good. The
Oh
fallacy
the
fallacy.
oh yeah, that
But
actually.
not the one you're thinking of. It's a different fallacy.
Oh, where the hell is it? Where the hell is it?
That's a good one, Nee. I'm gonna probably steal that. That's pretty good.
You know, I joked
I
about
don't
that, but
see
then I
that one.
realized we probably have a few friends who would host like a discussion on different mating habits different animals have.
Oh yeah, that can be fun. But yeah, there's actually two fallacies. There's the formal fallacy, which is
Hmm.
that when you if your opponent uses a fallacy in the construction of their argument, it doesn't automatically mean the argument is false.
Yeah.
They're not using logic to get there, but it could still be true.
Well, the fallacy in the argument would make it invalid, but it doesn't mean the conclusion is false. It's
Right.
that argument, but that doesn't automatically make the conclusion false. It could still be true. Just you have to reach it through some other argument that's valid and sound.
And shoot, I forget the other usage. It's not important.
Which one does Witsit use?
All of them. No,
That's it. Yeah.
I think Witsit is a combination of Gish Gallop and Ad Hoc with a side of Technobabble. Because I swear half the shit he says he makes up on the spot.
He's a flat earther, right?
Oh,
I remember. Yeah. Okay. I remember.
Flat
I remember
Earther,
him.
Young Earth Creationist, etc.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. I remember. I remember Witzel was on a live stream debate. I think I sent 3 super chats, and I was so fascinated by it. But yeah, remember he was a flat earther.
I've done that once or twice, but he never actually answers your question.
Yeah, he didn't answer mine.
Yeah,
I think
he dodges a lot too.
I remember. I think I asked him about his falsification criteria for creationism.
That sounds like a question you'd send.
Yeah, and then he immediately, I think, if I remember correctly, I think he immediately him and a partner turned it into talking about falsification of evolution. It's like, no, it's not the question I asked.
Mm.
Like, falsification of evolution is very easy.
Of course.
Yeah.
Ay. Okay, well, let's add our tier list. You can see I'm using, the super fashionable Photoshop today. Because,
Is this
I
Photoshop or
have
GIMP? This looks like GIMP.
This is Photoshop.
That's Photoshop, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks just like the GIMP I use. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah,
use both.
GIMP is super similar.
Yeah, I use both. When I'm photoshopping my Windows machine, and when I'm on my work machine, I use GIMP.
Yeah. Yeah, I used GIMP for years and years before. A lot of people complain about how Adobe's got that subscription plan, like you have to constantly pay for the software.
Yeah.
I get where they're coming from, but on the flip side, the reason I used GIMP for years and years is because I could never afford Photoshop because you had to buy the standalone software.
Yeah.
And it was like $2,000 to get
it's...
all the pieces. Whereas now it's, well, I get all the apps, but Photoshop by itself is like $10.99 a month.
Yeah, it's kind of reasonable, but yeah, it's still I hate software as a subscription because like I was talking about this with my workmates. Microsoft Office Suite, Photoshop, a lot of other like really high-end software, they've kind of like hit their peak with features. Like there's no more innovation to be had there. So they're like, well, crap, we can't sell any more copies because we're not innovating anymore. Oh, I know, let's turn to a subscription service. And they're just going to lock you into a payment plan for life. Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, and they have added a few features since, but it's like versions of AI type stuff, like Topaz software for noise reduction and this and that. And then lately they've been adding the neural filters, which are, frankly, I know a lot of people are super impressed, but they're pretty hit or miss.
Yeah, depends.
Yeah.
You have to really train it and generate a lot before you get something you kind of can use. Still pretty neat though, like just instant content. Like that's fairly impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the fill stuff, it's pretty handy. Okay, so let's meet our first fallacy. It is
yes,
the good old straw man. So,
boy.
Most people know straw man. We run into it super, super often. In fact, so often, it's one of the emojis you get when you're a member of the channel.
Nice.
Because I like to... I think that was one of the starting emojis. Because YouTube only lets you put 4 emojis in to begin with. And then as you get more members, you unlock more emoji slots.
Yeah.
So I have the members vote on which emoji to add next. And so that's fun. But yeah, Strawman's in there. There's a bunch of other stuff. And
So before we begin, it's probably good to define how are we ranking these?
I was about to ask
Like,
that.
how good of an argument are they, or like how
Well-
bad of a fallacy are they, or how annoying are they? Like, how are we ranking these?
Or how commonly used they are. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I figured for extra fun and profit, we'd make it arbitrary, and then we'd average out, we'd scientifically use
Okay.
the median value of each of our different things. I mean, going with most common or possibly most disruptive to an argument, because we do have that Brandolini issue, you know, when somebody throws one out, it takes an entire order of magnitude more effort and time to correct the thing and then get the discussion back on track.
Yeah.
So there's definitely room to talk about disruption that they cause.
Yeah. That's actually, that might be a good function. Like, how much of Brandolini's law comes into effect when this fallacy is used. That's a good one. We could just
understand.
it
Like,
could just be all arbitrary, like you said, Ember. We can just this is purely subjective to begin with, so why not make it more subjective?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, I guess it just depends on what people like. Like, I like a tier list to have distinct criteria to rank the stuff by, so it sort of makes sense from top to bottom.
Well, see, this is a thematic issue because they're logical fallacies. I want there to be a semblance of logic, but not actual logic. The tier list should end up being illogical. Yeah.
I see.
Because I don't know, I'm weird that way.
Yeah. What we could do is should probably plan all this beforehand. But what we could maybe do is let's select 3 categories that we would maybe rate it on. And then just so we are completely all over the place, bringing in all kinds of determining factors, we can agree on 3 of them. Then we can basically do our judgments on those.
Sure, like have middle of the road be either B or C, and then it can go up 2 or 3 or down 2 or 3, depending on how it goes through.
Yeah, default distribution kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's better than what I was thinking. I was thinking everything starts at F, and then we have to make a case for it to go up.
We could do that too. I'm fine with that. Yeah,
it's your stream, dude.
It's the kind of the null position, like your F tier until you prove you're worthy of something else. Yeah,
which is hard for a fallacy. But as far as judging criteria, I think commonness, disruptiveness, and it fell out of my head.
Commonness, disruptiveness.
Maybe a good third one would be how easy or hard is it to identify, like spot. Some fallacies can slip right by you. Some fallacies are very slippery and sneaky.
Oh, for sure. There's
visibility.
There's at least a couple that I was planned on pointing out that sometimes they manage to sneak past me.
Yeah.
Okay, and just to be sure we're on the same page, the more common it is, the better. The more disruptive it is, the better. And the less visible it is, the better.
Yeah, more cool.
Does that sound good?
I'm good with that.
Right, I'm writing these down in a notepad.
Yeah, same here. I just wrote mine down too. Yeah, I think those are fine criteria, and I think that's a good framework model.
Yeah. Now we can thoroughly evaluate the efficacy of the fallacies.
Yeah.
All right, so straw man. Super common. TLDR on this one is it's when somebody mischaracterizes an argument in a way to make it weaker and easier to knock over.
Yeah.
For instance, creationists love to mischaracterize evolution, saying, oh, well, you need some kind of magic. If you're going to say God didn't do it, it has to be magic.
And
you think we came from rocks, don't you?
That's a better one, yes.
Yeah. Your grandfather came from a rock.
Your cousin is a strawberry.
Yeah. I'm waiting for a crocoduck to be born.
Wait, should it get bonus points if it was spread around by Kent?
Oh god,
he's like the granddad of fallacies.
Yeah, he is.
Or maybe that weird uncle.
He has a couple favorites.
Yeah,
I think if one's obviously a favorite, then it should get an automatic one step promotion.
Okay.
The interesting thing about the straw man fallacy is that it can be used maliciously or ignorantly. Like it's kind of it's agnostic to the intent of the person perpetrating it. A person could purposely, hey, I'm going to misrepresent my opponent. You want to kill babies because you support abortion, you can go that route. Or you could have somebody who's just simply just ignorant of your true position, and they have a misconception of what you're actually saying, and they could present that as your position honestly and think that, hey, this is really what my opponent thinks, when it's really not. So it's kind of like it's like an equal opportunity fallacy. It's not really, there's no intent really. It depends on it. It can be innocent or it could be completely malicious. So
also,
I think go ahead.
something Al Trucker said made me think of something. Should we split word salad and gish gallop into separate categories?
Oh yeah,
they would be, yes, but I don't think I have either of those.
Yeah.
I may have Gish Gallop.
Okay.
Because I made a very long list and then I selected the best 25.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, not necessarily the best 25. Well, 20. Yeah, 20. The 20 that I could get visual representations of without too much effort. Because I have to have something to put on the tier list. I thought about just going with text, but I wanted to be fancy.
So in terms of commonness, straw man is common.
Yeah, it's very common.
In terms of disruptiveness, if you're not prepared to defend against it, it can really throw you off your game. So I'd say it can be disruptive depending on how experienced you are.
Yeah.
But it's easy to fight back against if you catch it.
But it is really easy to see when it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you don't I distinctly remember getting in arguments with my oldest brother, who's extremely very religious still, and I haven't talked to him in a long time, but straw manning was definitely something he would employ, and I didn't know what it was at the time. So it was like, it's almost like back then, like it's almost a form of gaslighting too. Like when you know you're doing it and you know the person doesn't really know what they're up against or how to handle it. It's like you're presenting somebody else's opinion to them incorrectly, and then they accept that that's their position. I was definitely susceptible to that. So it's like kind of got that little twist of like that little tinge of gaslighting in there.
Maybe it would come out to be like a mid-A.
It is common. It is disruptive.
1 point for common, like half a point for disruptive, and no point for visible.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious if you know what you're talking about, and somebody says, "This is what you think," and I'm like, "No, that's not what I think," or "It's not what the argument says."
Yeah. It's fairly easy to refute.
Yeah, because all you got to say is, "That's not what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying," and you can clarify. I mean,
which does also mean it's good at chewing up time.
Yeah,
which can be a function of a fallacy.
Yeah.
So mid-A.
Mid-A, I say B. It's like I don't know. It's like a Kirkland brand fallacy. It's just so cheap and easy to use. And,
great value.
Yeah, great value.
Yeah.
I could go A. I can go A. Then we can maybe revise it as we do a few more. We're like, you know what? Relative to these next few,
that's true.
Maybe straw man's not looking so good. So let's put it in A. Yeah.
All right. Oh, come on, get up.
I don't know why, Ember, but for some reason your stream is locked in at like half a frame per second.
It may be because I was dragging stuff around in Photoshop.
Yeah, Photoshop's being a memory and CPU hog.
I guess it won't be moving too much, so it's not that big a deal.
For next time, Ember, we don't have to do it now, but there's actually a very quality tier list website that you can upload all your images to, and it's very smooth. It's what I did with Deep Drinks for our demon tier list. I can show you how to use it or what to use it later on. So
okay.
But yeah, there's better options than Photoshop. This is fine for now, but there's probably better options than Photoshop for future.
Yeah, I figured there probably was some kind of tool or other, but I'm like, you know what? I'll just do it.
Yeah,
It'll
this
be
works.
fine.
It's functional. It's fine.
Man,
it works.
Not to derail us, which I imagine we'll be doing a lot, but sometime I want to do a dinosaur tier list. Do you guys know a tier zoo?
Tier zoo?
Like the snack?
Tiramisu?
He like a tier zoo, like a tier list and then a zoo.
Oh, never heard of it.
Rates animals based on how well they perform in a video game setting, like if they were a playable class.
I got you.
He did one for dinosaurs, and it hurts me a lot. So I've been thinking of doing my own.
You wanna set right that wrong? Yeah, I could do that. That sounds awesome.
Very much.
yeah, that'd be very cool stuff. And related note, there's links to both Eric and the Doctor's channels in the description. So, definitely go check them out.
Yeah. Thanks, Ember.
I made a meme and read a book today.
And doctor means that literally. Like there was a stream reading a book today. It was a cool stream.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of audio issues, unfortunately. So I'll probably
It's not as bad as you
reread
think.
it.
I liked it enough that I actually went back and listened to the prologue too, because I came in right at the start of
Alright.
chapter 1.
Well, I'm happy you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Now, not to derail us further, but Dave has a relevant question. Well, sort of question. This comes up a lot. I've seen it at least 3 times in the last
Yeah.
week. This whole... I feel like there should be a name for this. Like, if you can't explain literally everything, then I win by default.
Yeah.
Is it like a variant of the argument from
Maybe.
incredulity, perhaps?
It's a shifting of the burden of proof. That's really what this comes down to.
Yeah. Or maybe you could call it the fallacy of inclusivity, like trying to incorporate things not related to the direct argument into the argument
Yeah,
to burden
might
your
be.
opponent.
The fallacy of 42.
Oh, that's a good one.
Explain life, the universe, and everything.
Explain everything. You reject my bad explanation. Therefore, you must present your own better explanations. Like, no, I don't have to.
You reject my reality. Now you must substitute your own.
Yes.
The Adam Savage fallacy. Yes. Which Adam Savage, I think in that line was referencing a movie.
Wishmaster.
Wishmaster. Yeah.
And I know that from Sword Art Online Abridged, which is very good, by the way.
Oh my god, just trails of tangents here. We can call it the Wishmaster fallacy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Or I don't know. The Savage fallacy sounds pretty nice.
That's pretty badass name, the Savage fallacy.
yeah, it definitely has a ring to it. And I think he'd actually be pleased about that.
He probably would.
Yeah, probably.
Knowing him, he would.
He seems like a really cool guy.
Yeah, I keep trying to get him to come to the Comic-Con, but no luck yet. But, there's always next year. So our next critter, it should probably obvious. It's a slippery slope. So that,
Ooh.
for anybody who's unfamiliar, is when you make an argument that if one thing happens, it will inevitably lead to step after step after step, and eventually certain doom.
Yep.
Mm.
For example, if we keep on rating these fallacies, then we can't stop. We just got to keep on rating all the fallacies. I mean, it's like there's no stopping point.
I kind of felt that. That's one of the reasons I cut it at 20, because I was like, there are hundreds of these damn things.
There are.
Well, let's see. Going by our criteria, I don't feel like it's too common, or at least not in the debates I see. It probably more common in like political debates
For
or
sure.
morality debates.
That's what I was about to say. I was about whenever you're talking about morality and whether something should be or not, that's when these usually come into play, because like, well, you're going to let 2 men fall in love and get married. Now you got to allow any 2 things to fall in love and get married. Like, yeah, it's you're going to really come across that in moral debates, and also in political debates. I think probably it's going to like the next notch down on that. Usually when it comes to
Marty Camejo just said it pretty well.
Oh, I'm in the wrong window because I have Photoshop full screen, so we have a nice big image.
For example, if the gays get married, people will want to marry their toasters, and that'd be terrible.
marry their toasters.
That's exactly it. In fact, I've heard people say exactly that a couple of times within the last month.
Ugh.
Yeah. Well, not exactly that. They didn't say toasters, but you know what I mean.
Happy tail end of Pride Month, everybody.
Yay. So yeah, but I do agree. It's not super, super common compared to many of the others that we're routinely pulling our hair out over. But it's still common enough that it bears mentioning. It's also not super easy to slip past, even though it's slippery.
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's usually pretty clear when it's been used.
Yeah. Because it's just well, you allow X, therefore Y and Z must then occur. And if Y and Z don't necessarily follow from X, then it's a slippery slope fallacy. So it's
I would say it is pretty disruptive.
Yeah,
because it's really easy to drag the conversation in another direction with it.
It muddies up the waters really quick if you entertain it even the slightest.
Oh yeah, and if the other person keeps insisting on it, it can put you in a position where you pretty much have to disprove that their prediction of inevitable doom is a valid thing. And so it successfully shifts the burden of proof when it gets insisted on in that way.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely disruptive. Not very common, but definitely disruptive. Sneakiness.
and
I mean,
really easy to see.
yeah, I would say somebody could like just say, yeah, I think Y and Z would follow from X, even though it hasn't been demonstrated yet. I mean, I could definitely see somebody in the heat of an argument saying, yeah, that's probably what would occur.
I feel like a C would fit.
I'm leaning towards D.
D?
Either C or D, yeah.
Yeah. Well, guys, if we do C or D, then we have to do F.
Yep.
We'll get there
You
eventually.
just know once we add the extras, it's going to have to shift down even further.
Yeah.
There will be no help for
I
it.
mean,
I'm fine with C tier. I think that's probably a good spot for it. That's
yeah,
my vote.
like I feel F is going to be reserved for something that's just such a terrible argument. No one uses it.
The really, really, really bad ones.
Well,
yeah.
that's a fallacy too in its own way. Reserving spots for things. My last boss, he had to do like employee reviews kind of things, and the corporate office asks him to rate everybody 1 through 5 on their performance and their abilities and whatnot. And so we sit down and he's like, so, you do good work, you're always going the extra mile, picking up the slack for other drivers, et cetera, blow a whole bunch of smoke up my ass. And then he goes, so I gave you 4s for everything. And I'm like, Jesus, dude, after all that, what does it take to get a 5? He's like, oh, no one gets a 5. That's reserved for God.
Yeah.
I'm like, does God work here?
I hate that. Or when a teacher never gives 100% because nothing's perfect.
Oh, I hate it.
Amazon. I've never worked at Amazon, but I know people that work at Amazon. And Amazon has a practice of, I think, either bi-yearly or semi-yearly or yearly reviews where everyone on the team is ranked, essentially. And the person that's the bottom rank either gets put on a performance improvement plan or is basically managed off of the team. So they have like a system in place where everybody that's working on a team, one of them will eventually be eliminated because they are the bottom tier of however the manager's ranking the teams. They could all be high performers and really good at their jobs, but one person will be at the bottom of that. And that person will be moved off the team eventually because
you are the weakest link.
Yeah, it's really a bad approach to anything is saying, yeah, you're reserving like this slot or this level of performance or ranking must be populated by something. Like we could go through all these fallacies here and not have an F tier at all. Like we don't have to have an F tier. It's not required. But thinking, we have to have something down there. It's probably a little fallacious thinking. Like we can set standards and none of our participants here will meet the standard for F, or lack of standard,
Yeah. Maybe I picked a good spot to have them start in the corner there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, what's next?
Our next contestant is shifting the burden. So this one, it's when you make a positive claim and then try to make the other person prove you wrong. Yeah. So I've got this change my mind guy for that one, and you probably can't see it because it's tiny, but his little sign says, "I have a pet invisible dragon. Prove me wrong."
Yep. Isn't that change my mind guy meme? Isn't that Steven Crowder? That's him, right?
I think it is.
Yeah. I think that's Steven Crowder.
I did not realize that. I had no idea who Crowder was until the controversy started.
Yeah, back when he was a small fry, that's how he started off. He was doing that on college campuses.
He would go around to college campuses and ask like college kids about things.
Yeah.
And his format was the whole change my mind format.
Yeah, probably employed a bit of shifting the burden of proof. So that's probably a really good choice for this fallacy picture there, Ember. I want to probably predict that he probably employed shifting the burden of proof a few times during what he was doing.
I dare say I never saw anything that got produced from that, whether it was shows or TikToks or whatever the hell he was doing. But yeah, it seemed like the right thing for me. So
yeah.
I mean, hey, just because he's allegedly a terrible person doesn't mean he's allegedly a terrible person.
However, if you want to investigate the terribility of Mr. Crowder, Telltale, Owen Morgan, does he does live streams, longer streams, and then he cuts up the streams into episodes for his main channel, and he's done several episodes on Mr. Crowder and his nonsense. So you can find him at Telltale Atheist here on YouTube, or his website,
Yep.
which is also, I think, Telltale Atheist. You know,
Also-
plugging unrelated things.
Also an ex-Jehovah's Witness, like I am. Yeah.
Interesting.
Icarus has a good example here. This fallacy is F tier. Prove me wrong. That's it right
Oh,
there.
boy.
Yeah.
Yep, very nice, very nice.
So,
I mean, going by our metrics, it is pretty common.
it's very common. Yeah.
It can be pretty disruptive if you don't know how to deal with it, but it is really easy to see, I feel. So it might be another A.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to latch onto and say no. I don't have to demonstrate that you're. I don't have to demonstrate that I'm that. Oh, excuse me. I don't have to demonstrate that your argument is wrong. You need to demonstrate that your argument is right.
Or maybe it could be a little sneaky. It depends on the opponent. Depends on how you employ it, I guess.
Yeah. If you're careful with it, if you're not too blunt, I feel like anybody who's trained to look for it, who's run afoul of it a few times, like we all have, is going to be like, no. But anybody who's relatively new, they have. I know when I was new, I had this urge to try to answer every question and explain everything, and that's why I kept getting snagged by this fallacy. So I feel like for new people, it's not that obvious.
Yeah, no one.
So like a newbie trap. Okay.
Yeah, knowing what battles to take on and which ones to just simply hand wave off is definitely an important part of debate and argumentation.
Yeah. You need a bit of confidence to say, no, F you, answer what I said.
Yeah.
Stick to the question, caller.
Yeah.
So actually, maybe that could be either a high A or a low S, depending on who it's used against and who's using it.
High A, low S. I was gonna say high B or low A, but I can meet you in the middle at A.
Yeah, I'm good with A for the time being.
Yeah.
Should closer to the letters be better or worse?
I hadn't really thought about putting any particular ranking within the rankings.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's
the
fine.
thing some people do on some tier lists.
Yeah, I can see how that'd be useful. Although maintaining the order in which we stack these up on each tier, I think will also be helpful later on if we go back and revise any of them. You know.
Fair.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. So our next critter is the red herring. So
Ooh.
this fallacy, this one is a sneaky bastard. I've seen Matt Dillahunty, the grand master of modern day debate, fall for this multiple times. It's when an opponent throws out a claim and makes you play fetch to get you off of the actual argument.
And
like it's-
I will say, Ember, that is an odd shrubbery.
Well, you may recall after they brought the shrubbery, the knights who formerly said knee said, now you must bring us a herring. And that's when everything went to hell.
Is that where red herring comes from?
No.
Okay.
Where does red herring come from? Like, why is the herring red? Like, what's the origin of that?
As I understand it, and I'm very likely wrong about this. I may have been taken in by a different fallacy entirely. But I understand that it comes from when, right after the Russian Revolution and fears of communism were just starting to spread across Europe, herring, of course, being the official snack of Scandinavia, they were worried that because half of the Scandinavian plateau, being Russian, was now communist, that it would start to percolate down into the rest of Europe that way through Scandinavia. And so people started basically slippery sloping and making all kinds of fallacies, spread of communism kind of thing. But
Interesting.
I think that's where the herring thing got affiliated. It may also just be Scottish.
So I genuinely asked you that question because I didn't know, but while you were explaining, I looked it up, and it appears the Wikipedia actually disagrees with what you just said. The term was popularized in 1807 by English polemicist. Polemicist? Is that a poet? I don't know. William Colbert, who told the story of having used a strong-smelling smoked fish to divert and distract hounds from chasing a rabbit. So it's literally using a fish to divert dogs from chasing a rabbit, according to the
That
wiki.
makes a lot more sense. I like that.
It's very literal.
And yeah, Leo came up with the same answer.
Well, hey, Leo.
Yeah.
If Leo agrees with me, then I must be right. It's probably fallacy.
It's a good indicator anyway. A very
Yeah,
strong probability marker.
That would be the argument to authority. If I were to say, if Leo agrees with me, I must be right.
It's
Leo
only
knows it all.
a fallacious argument to authority if the person you're appealing to isn't an authority in that subject.
Leo's an authority in something. He's got to be.
Oh, Leo's got a couple of good
He's
authority
gotta be.
marks. I've seen a couple of Leo's debates. He definitely has a pretty strong grasp on arguments and fallacies.
So I would say for disruptiveness, since this fallacy is itself a distraction, it's the whole purpose of it is I will distract you with this. That ranks that like maximally high on the disruptiveness scale because it is designed to be disruptive.
Agreed. It's almost on the scale of being just a debate tactic rather than a fallacy. Honestly,
Maybe, yeah. Because I mean, like, it is listed as a fallacy under the wiki, but it's not like a logical. It's like a formal. It's not a formal flaw in argumentation. It is a distraction you put out there. It can just be. I don't know. Like, let's say I was debating somebody who just lashes on to anything I throw out there, and we're talking about God. And then I throw out there, oh, and by the way, my corgi's the best dog in the world. Prove me wrong. Burn to proof shift there. But also, if that person it just has to go after it, it's a red herring, and the person will latch onto that and argue against that. If they were really determined. But it has nothing to do with my argument. It is a complete distraction from the real discussion at hand.
Mm-hmm. And in a timed debate, that can be a problem.
Yeah, it's like choose up time. Yeah. Exactly.
I'm not sure how common it is though. Like you have to kind of think it out in order to make it work, I feel.
Yeah.
Beamsy says a polemicist is a kind of debater, and Icarus says the communist story was a red herring. Communism is always a red herring.
Oh, and also my corgi is the best dog ever, by the way. That was a statement of fact.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but I don't even know as far as the actual red herring as an argument. I don't know. It's one of those things that it doesn't necessarily have to be intentional. Sort of like the straw man.
That's true. That's true.
One of the reasons Matt Dillahunty is particularly vulnerable to it is because he likes to completely destroy his opponents.
Yeah.
Like most of us, and Matt often will do this when he's on one of his shows, because he only has limited time with a caller. He'll just knock down the validity of their argument from like the top level and just be like, this is junk, get out of here, call back with something good. But when he's in a formal debate, he likes to drill all the way down, and so he addresses every single point his opponent brings up. And that's what makes him so vulnerable to red herrings, because if somebody raises a point, he wants to chase it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good for hitting those kinds of people. Also, Nee brings up a good point. You have brought up a dog. You must show the dog before we end.
I promised that last time and I forgot, and I felt really bad. I'll try.
You invoked the doggos again.
I closed my door to keep them out because they're very barky today. There's a lot of activity in my neighborhood, and they just bark at everything. So I'll try. Nee. Tell you what, Nee. Toss us a super chat near the end of the stream, and to remind me.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll try though.
Just saying, any super chats get auto flagged in the system, so I won't lose them for later.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
Go ahead and send me a DM on Patreon, and I'll make sure it goes through.
Have you set up your Patreon yet, Doc?
I have, in fact, done so.
Cool.
Yeah. All the tiers are named after various raptors, of course.
Nice.
Very cool.
All right.
Coincidentally, all my tiers have corgis in them, like corgi pictures. Yeah.
And mine are all named for various burning things. It's very similar to the membership levels here on YouTube. I've got
Yeah.
sparks and cinders and blazes and things. So
See,
yeah,
I've got a Microraptor, Velociraptor, Deinonychus, Utahraptor, and Megaraptor.
Megaraptor. Are
sweet.
those? So I'm not a
Which
dinosaur
isn't-
expert. Are those all real classifications or names for real dinosaurs?
There are all real dinosaurs, though Megaraptor is not technically a dino,
Oh,
or not technically a raptor.
Okay, but there is a dinosaur named Mega something then, right?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. That's my favorite dinosaur, the Mega one. I've never seen it, but it's the best one. Obviously, it's Mega. I mean, hey.
Yeah, yeah.
Here, I'll find a picture. I'll find a picture.
Well,
Awesome.
there is. Oh shoot, there is a dinosaur with ultra in its name somewhere, though. Yes.
Ultrasaurus? I'm not sure if that's still valid.
Could be. I don't know. They change every so often. I was flummoxed. Like, I grew up with people saying, "Oh, Brontosaurus is this and that and the other," and then it was like big news in my elementary school that Brontosaurus was a screw up, that it was an Apatosaurus with the wrong head, so Brontosaurus is not a thing. And then just last year, I saw somebody talking about Brontosauruses, and I'm like, didn't he get the memo? And then apparently Brontosaurus has been reinstated as a. I don't know.
So, I mean, do you want the rundown on what happened?
I feel
But
like
the-
it's a
the
Pluto
minute rundown.
situation. Like, people protested for years and years and hoped, and eventually it got brought back somehow.
I mean, the short version, it was first Apatosaurus, and then they put the skull of the wrong sauropod on an Apatosaurus and called that one Brontosaurus. And then it was discovered that's the wrong skull, so the name was considered invalid. Then, just in the last couple of years, there was a big study of all the Apatosaurus remains we have, and they figured out that one species of Apatosaurus was different enough that it could be named its own genus, which they named
Oh,
Brontosaurus.
nice.
Interesting.
Well, that was
They-
pretty good use of the naming rights.
Yep, they forced it to become valid again.
That's how you do it. And from what I'm seeing, I think, yeah, apparently Ultrasaurus is Godzilla.
Ultrasaurus. Nice.
Yeah.
And
It's a type
Ultra
of
Ultra Magnus is also a transformer, by the way.
true.
Should do a Transformer stream sometime. I haven't messed
Transformer
with the
tier list?
Transformers, and yeah.
Oh. Why someday? Let's do it right now. Let's switch over to Transformers.
I know. Let me Google up some
Mid-tier list.
images
Let's
real quick.
keep everything in place that we've done already, and we'll just start adding Transformers to it. I'm trying, while you guys are doing that, I'm trying to count how many logical fallacies are on the Wikipedia page.
Oh my.
I
Also,
imagine it's a
there
lot.
is Megaraptor in the private chat.
Nice.
Why am I not seeing? Oh, okay, there it is. It's in a different tab when I'm actually hosting the room. I've been on errands too many times recently. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah, it's that one with the slacy claws.
Yes.
Yeah, let me see if I can copy that into the chats. There we go. Yeah, cool stuff. Okay, back to red herrings.
Yeah.
So they're sneaky
so
bastards. They can be
Yeah.
very disruptive. But if they're caught, they're not disruptive at all.
Yeah, you just slap
Yeah.
them down.
You have to identify it. And they're not super common. So I feel like it might be another A.
Yeah, I would say A. Yeah, I'm down with A.
Okay.
Because I mean that disruptiveness is it's max. Like you can't. I don't think you can find you can't find a logical fallacy that is more disruptive than a red herring.
Well, I can think of one, but it's technically a subspecies of red herring, but we'll get to that later.
Okay, it's fine
Is
though.
it
I
a
think he's
crimson
good.
mackerel?
I haven't heard of that.
Crimson mackerel. uh,
All right, our next contestant is a non sequitur. So the
Ooh.
image is a woman with books on the floor and birds in the air, and it makes no sense. And I'm like, okay, perfect. The one thing doesn't actually follow from the other, so
Yep.
okay.
Mm.
And that's what a non sequitur is. It's the the most common example I come across is one of those old William Lane Craig arguments. Um, if objective morality exists, there must be a God. Objective morals exist, therefore God.
yeah.
I mean, like it's everywhere in creationist debates. Like this is super common in their work.
Hmm. Yeah, there's a whole lot of jumping around. I just finished a video that was basically made of this, but it's not coming out for a couple of weeks, so details.
Yeah. So this is
And-
essentially you construct an argument. You have any number of premises, and then the conclusion just does not have anything to do with the premises, or at least the premises. I take that back. The premises do not concretely establish the conclusion. It
Yeah,
can be
there's
the
there's
conclusion
at
can be
least a
wildly
jump.
different. Yeah, it can be. There's at least some gap, or the conclusion is just wildly out there, and the premises don't even talk about it. Which
Oh yeah, big
which
time with the
that-
creationists. The universe
it-
exists, therefore God.
Yeah.
It sort of can be a variant of the slippery slope, I guess, where there's no logical connection or little logical connection.
yeah, I would say definitely slippery slope's a subset of non sequitur.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Because-
because the steps in the slippery slope can logically follow, even if the fact that they will follow, that's the problem.
And it's like a slippery slope with a ski jump
Hmm.
Yes.
because you slide down, 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 go off into the air somewhere, and then land at your conclusion.
Yeah, because like with the slippery slope fallacy, you're saying that if X, then Y and Z must follow, and it may be true, but until you demonstrate that X necessarily leads to Y and Z, we call that a slippery slope fallacy.
Mhm.
But I mean, until you can make that connection and prove that connection, it's a non sequitur. Like you're saying, Y and Z must follow. I mean, that's why I'm saying it's a subset, because until once you can actually demonstrate or prove or show that Y and Z will follow from X, it remains a slippery slope and it remains a non sequitur. But once you establish that, then both of those are gone. It's no longer a slippery slope, no longer a non sequitur. You have shown that it does follow. So, this is common. I mean, I was on I was on the line a couple weeks ago with Matt, and yeah, it was one guy straight up just gave us a non sequitur. He was saying, yeah, I can't remember exactly what, but he was establishing his case, and then he was just jumping to God. I think it had to do with basically consciousness and morality, and we all possess consciousness. We all have a concept of morality. Therefore, there must be a God that gave it to us. And it's like, no, you are really jumping a large chasm there to get to that conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
And it happens.
Yeah. So
very common.
So, but yeah, common. I'd say it can be pretty disruptive, depending on who invokes it.
Well, it also depends on the nature of the specific case it's used in. Like some things, it's really easy to point out. There's a giant gulf between your premises and your conclusion. But other times people, if it's a narrow gap, they might fight you on it.
Yeah.
And then they throw in other fallacies for good measure. Like, oh, well, if not my conclusion, then where does morality come from?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Shifting the burden and
Nice.
all kinds of...
Yeah, nice mix of shifting the burden and red herrings. Like,
Yeah.
throw it out
Double
there.
down on your fallacies.
I think I'd say pretty disruptive then too.
my brain just made a connection. Remember the parable of Jesus with the Jesus was talking about the guy sowing the seeds in the field and how some seeds will fall on the rocks and others will fall on shallow soil and others will find the rich soil. Like, just, you can imagine a creationist arguing with fallacies and just throwing fallacies everywhere, and some might take root and cause problems for your opponent.
I think that's the plan. In fact,
Yeah.
I think that might be Witzit's plan.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. We can probably, I don't know. Think we slot it into B there. Do you think?
I'm kind of feeling B with this one too.
It's B-ish. This is a B-ish,
Yeah.
B-ish fallacy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Because
like
it can be easy to see, but it can also not be.
Yeah.
I feel like it's less fun. Like these other ones, you can at least engage with and like play with your opponent and or something. And this one, it's just like you just want to face palm and walk away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, our next critter is quite obviously the No True Scotsman.
Ooh.
There
So
you go.
this fallacy, it's pretty much like the name implies. It's when a person says, "Oh well, if you identify with this group, you have to do this thing.
Yep.
If you're a real Christian, you go to church every Sunday. If not, you're not a real Christian." It's a way to exclude an other and invalidate the argument. In a way, it's sort of ad hominem adjacent.
Yeah. And I've seen, that's actually a really good connection there. It's borderline ad hominem because, and I've seen this multiple times where when a current non-believer, a current atheist is talking about their backstory, saying, I was raised in this religion, I did this, I went through this, these are the troubles I went through, and then here's how I deconverted. There will be people that will listen to that story very carefully so they can nitpick any little detail that they can then exploit to demonstrate that you are not a real Christian. I've gotten this multiple times when I'm talking about my Jehovah's Witness background, because I've been told more than once by my commenters, you're a Jehovah's Witness, you weren't a real Christian. And it's like, it is an ad hominem because they're trying to delegitimize you, trying to reduce the weight of your testimony because, well, obviously you weren't a real Christian because, you didn't believe in the Trinity God. You believed in the Unitarian God like the Jehovah's Witnesses do. Therefore, your opinions about this subject are, less valuable or basically invalidated.
I mean, for a really good illustration of this, do you guys remember the quote-unquote debate R and Raw had with Kent Hovind? That kind of kickstarted their little feud.
No, but I should go watch that now that I know it exists.
It was a discussion on the non sequitur show, funnily enough.
Nice.
And they had an after show. And do you know G-Man? Really screamy, ranty, evangelical dude.
Okay.
Anyway, he came on and tried to debate Aaron on if Mormons were Christians or not.
Okay.
It was a really, really good representation of this because he.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine because I've seen it multiple times where, like I said, people are trying to delegitimize somebody else and basically like because they're trying to protect their favorite thing. They're Christians. They're this is it's life-saving. It's full of joy, and you have a relationship with God and Jesus, and you're a special human in the scheme of things. And when somebody comes by and says, yeah, I did all this and I didn't feel any of that, oh, you must have been doing something wrong. You weren't a real Christian. You weren't a real whatever I was or I'm trying to defend.
Which is a really weird argument for a Protestant to make.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Icarus brought up.
I've seen so many times Protestants get smacked down by Catholics with exactly that. Like, oh, you want to say someone else isn't a real Christian? Heretic.
Yeah. And the most common I've seen, like I said, I'm Jehovah's Witness background. So basically, Jehovah's Witnesses is Unitarians. There's no Trinity. It's Jehovah, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit's a thing separate. I didn't think they were 3 in 1 and 1 in 3, and therefore I didn't really follow true Christianity according to some. Yeah, it's very common. I mean, you basically you literally have one half. Like that was a great point. Protestants and Catholics, you have one half of major Christianity accusing the other half of not being true Christians. So its
Mhm.
commonness is up there, like
Well,
way up there.
that's what happened at SatanCon when all the Satanists were inside the hotel in the convention center, and it was just the protesters outside. There were the Catholics over here and the Protestants over here, and they got into a fight over Mariology or something, and it basically they did violence over who was the true Christians. It was like a
Real
mini crusades there.
so two separate
Yep.
Christian groups were protesting SatanCon, and then they
Hmm.
got
Oh,
into a
more than two. It was a
oh my god.
lot of.
Oh yeah, there were representatives of like everything there. But yeah, the only actual violence to happen at SatanCon was Christian on Christian.
Oh my god, it's like battle royale. That's great.
Hmm.
I love it.
Absolutely.
I mean, I love the violence. I love the irony of it. Hey, we're peaceful Christians with God on our side. Hey, let's
Yeah,
start punching each other.
yeah. We have to stop the violent Satanists from corrupting our beautiful country, and
Oh
they're
my
the
god.
ones
What?
literally doing battle in
When
the
did this
streets.
happen? I have to read this up.
It was a month or
SatanCon.
two ago.
Yeah,
Really?
it
That
wasn't
okay.
that long ago, but it was a little bit back.
Fascinating. Okay, I'm gonna look
Yeah,
that up.
it
That's
was
awesome.
Drew from Genetically Modified Skeptic has a clip of it in his "This is what really happened at SatanCon" video.
Oh yeah, he
Nice.
did a couple videos on it. Pretty good coverage.
Yeah, yeah, but that's where I saw the fight. Beamsy, Mr. Forward Slash will not be mentioned here, even though I just mentioned him.
Oh no. Also, really quick, Icarus said G-Cat was best cat. So in the thing I mentioned with G-Man and RN, G-Man just picked up his cat and shoved him in his camera at one point, and the cat just had this really stupid look on his face.
It's like, what am I
Great.
supposed to do, man? It's fantastic.
It made the whole panel just erupt.
Cats are when it comes to disruptiveness, cats are probably maximal,
Mhm.
like omni disruptive. I know every work meeting I'm ever in, if a cat pops up onto the desk or the monitor or whatever, the whole meeting just stops. It's like, hey, let's start talking about this cat that's on our Zoom call.
So the red
Yeah.
herring should actually be renamed Fuzzy Kitten.
Fuzzy kit. Hey, that's yeah.
Or it could be a cat holding a red herring.
Oh,
Cats like fish.
yeah. On
For no true
occasion.
Scotsman, I'm going to vote. Man, it's so common.
Mhm.
It's so common. A tier.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it hits everything except visibility.
Yeah,
Because it is
sneakiness,
obvious as hell
yeah.
when you're doing it.
it is. Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards C just because of that. Because
Yeah.
even an inexperienced person, they may not know it's an official fallacy, but they're still going to be like, "Hold on,
Hold on.
you're being unfair and unrealistic here."
Tell me what I wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm down with that. I'll say B or C. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah. How about low B? Kind of in between all of us.
Sure. It's good. With me.
I'm not sure how to do a low B, but we can stick it in B for now.
Well, it's Photoshop. You just put them in between. You can do that. Why not? There you go.
It's taking up 2 spaces.
Your
So
lines
this
are
isn't
a
musical
fallacy.
notation.
There you go.
Yeah.
Your
So the
lines are a
website I was going to
fallacy.
recommend
We shall not be
doesn't do
bounded.
that. The website I was going to recommend doesn't do that. So this is where Photoshop's superior. You can have an item be in 2 tiers.
Yeah. I
In
can.
fact-
I can.
You could have the item be in all tiers if you just do a vertical stretch and just stretch it the whole thing.
I can do this too.
Hey, there you go. Is that Vice Rhino? It looks like him.
Not intentionally.
Okay. Was this AI generated?
Yeah, I could not
Okay.
think of what the hell to do for argument from ignorance, so I asked Midjourney, "What does an argument from ignorance look like?" Or incredulity. This is actually both fallacies because they're so related. But yeah, I asked it to imagine what an argument from incredulity looks like, and this was one of the 4 options, and I was like, "Okay, we'll go with that."
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So you said this is argument from incredulity or ignorance or both?
Yeah, it's both. This is one of
Both.
those ones that I fused together for space reasons. So, argument from ignorance is I don't know, therefore, whatever my favorite conclusion is. Like, why do we have morality? I don't know, therefore, God. Argument from ignorance. Did I say ignorance first?
I think you
They're,
said
yeah, they're basically the
ignorance.
same argument. It's incredulity is more when you're addressing the other person's points. Like, I can't believe that's what happens.
Yeah.
Therefore, my preferred thing. Like, I don't understand evolution. Therefore, God. You know?
This is one of Hovind/Matt Powell's favorites.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the way I look at it, I see them as two very distinct fallacies. And let me make sure I get this straight because they are so closely related that it's easy to conflate the two. Argument from incredulity is essentially, see, I'm already losing it because I'm on. Let me think about
I'm
this.
incredulous of your claims to be
Yeah.
able to describe this.
Okay. Argument for incredulity is X has not been proven to be true. Therefore, X is false. I'm already losing it. Hold on.
I mean, I
My
would
brain.
say
My brain.
argument from ignorance is I don't know the answer, therefore my answer. Argument from incredulity is I don't believe your answer, therefore my answer.
Mhm.
Or
That's
I don't
how I
believe your
understand them anyway.
explanation, therefore
Right.
mine.
So, argument for incredulity can take the form I cannot imagine how X could be true, therefore X is false. So, yes, creationists will use this basically in the form of I cannot imagine how evolution can explain the diversity of life on our planet.
A cell
Therefore,
is more
evolution.
complex than the space shuttle.
Yeah.
Do you
Therefore,
really
X.
think something could come like that could come along naturally?
Yes.
I mean,
exactly.
this is fundamentally the entirety of the creationist argument.
Yeah, it's a huge appeal to intuition. Like, does this explanation really feel right to you, folks? Like,
Do you
can
really
you really
believe
imagine
that?
this being the case? Yeah, and
Can you believe they
obviously,
think a T-Rex turned into a chicken?
yeah, and obviously, our intuitions are wrong quite a lot, so we should not rely on them to make truth
Oh
claims.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's the argument from incredulity is saying that I cannot imagine X is true, therefore X is not true. And then the argument from ignorance is X has not been demonstrated to be true, therefore X is false. So they're very closely related, but they are kind of, I think, distinct enough where you can separate them. But for the sake of this tier list, I'm fine with putting it together and, having Vice Rhino be the avatar of the argument of incredulity and ignorance.
How about we just call it argument from idiocy?
Argument from I?
From idiocy, because there are different flavors of being an idiot.
I guess. Yeah. What's the idiot factor on both of these? Incredulity. I cannot imagine. So with incredulity, you're basically saying, I cannot imagine this is to be true, therefore it's not true. That's basically saying I can imagine all possible things, and obviously this thing is not one of those things.
Like ignorance is
that is arrogance. Yeah.
Ignorance is like just not knowing, but incredulity is.
In this context, I feel
Sorry,
like
I lost my train of
incredulity
thought.
is like deliberate ignorance because they
Yes.
could easily learn about evolution, but they don't wanna because they've pre-concluded it's false.
Right, intentional ignorance versus actual ignorance.
Yeah, I think both of these definitely. There's intellectual laziness on both of these, ignorance and incredulity. Like it is a failure to think. Like period.
Yeah. There's a lot of thought-stopping techniques involved. Like I prefer the made-up answer I have, even if it's false, rather than risk going into the unknown and learning things.
Yeah. So commonness, it's up there. Disruptiveness,
they're insanely common.
Yeah.
Super easy to refute though. Like it's not going to slip past anybody.
Yeah, because it really just comes down to, well, you just haven't examined the argument or the facts, which is what.
Yeah, I mean, hell, there's I have a clip.
No.
I from the video that I just finished doing, I wound up using. I'm always trying to work in more memes and such, so I got my hands on this one.
It is true whether or not you believe in it.
Classic NDG.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's how you refute that. You'd be like, whether you can conceive of it, whether you believe it, the truth is still the truth.
Or I mean, one of my sayings I'm trying to use more often. Your ignorance of our evidence does not indicate a lack of evidence.
Yeah. Or invalidated
Or it does not
evidence.
mean we have a lack of evidence.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So super common, but pretty easy to refute.
Mhm.
Sneakiness. It's obvious when it's happening, I think.
Yeah,
This is pretty down there then.
Might be another B.
B? I was gonna say D.
B or even a C.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
leaning much lower because the only time it's going to be like majorly disruptive is when the person making the argument simply goes on and on and on about it, like when they
So
use
Hovind.
their whole 10 minutes. Yes, exactly. Good night, Nara. Thanks for dropping by.
Good night, Nara.
Icarus has an
Adios.
undefeatable argument.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right. So I think what Ember, did you say D? I say D.
Yeah.
Dino said
I'm good
C,
with D.
or
I'm
you're
good
good
with
with
D.
Good. You said B originally, so maybe we can meet middle at maybe C.
Now you guys convinced me. You guys
Okay.
convinced me.
Alrighty.
We used our
It's
incredulity
a
powers.
crap argument. It's just common.
It's true.
We got our
Okay.
first D. Yeah.
Yeah. Our next one, you can probably already guess from the stylish mustache, is Godwin's Law.
Oh,
This is, of course, Charlie Chaplin, chosen for his resemblance to a certain German dictator of ill
do you
repute.
not want us to say the H word? The H word?
No, I'm just being deliberately evasive for style reasons. There's nothing wrong with saying Hitler on a stream yet.
Okay. So, question: do we want to keep this to just Hitler, or do we want to include other, let's say, controversial figures of history like Stalin, Mao,
So
etc.?
technically, Godwin's Law applies specifically to Hitler because of
Yes.
how common that false analogy is. Like, anytime you want to demonize your opponent, ad hom, poison the well, whatever it is you're trying to do, Hitler comes up stupidly often. In fact, this one is automatically super common because that's the reason it got its own special name. Because it happens so
True.
much.
I'm just thinking because you can essentially make the exact same argument with many other figures. That's why I asked.
Well, I think it's because of the common awareness. Like, obviously, most people are aware of Stalin and Pol Pot or whatever, but everyone is aware of Hitler. So if you say, "Oh, you're against gun control," well, you know who else was, or you're in favor of gun control. You know who else was in favor of gun control? Hitler. Do you want to be
You
like
want me
Hitler?
to quit smoking? You know who else hated smoking? Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
Unless
You
it was
know-
meth.
You know who else breathed oxygen? Hitler.
Yeah,
this is
so
not-
it's
this
a
is not really-
ridiculous argument.
It's not really technically a fallacy, though, right? It's just invoking Hitler because you're trying to draw a comparison.
Well, it's
Well, you're
it's a
comparing your
condensed
opponent
non
to Hitler.
sequitur. It's saying you're automatically wrong because your thing is similar to a thing that Hitler was in favor of.
Right.
So
Yeah,
you should
it is
back
a
off of it.
logical
Oh, I see. I
fallacy.
see what you're saying. Okay. All right. I gotcha.
Well, I mean, definitely common. Disruptive depends on the person because you could either shrug it off or some people might get pissed at being compared to Hitler.
Yeah, I think it's most effective when the person actually gets defensive over it because then they waste time on it.
So, dependent on the opponent. And
Yeah.
visibility, it is insanely obvious what you're trying to do.
If someone becomes very happy and embraces the comparison, then you got a much bigger problem on your hands when you're talking to a person.
I know.
Oh,
You
no.
call somebody Hitler and they go,
wait!
"Well,
I said
thank
that
you."
to offend you. Why are you happy about this?
Oh, like freaking yeah, Andrew Tate. He loves being compared to
Yeah.
Hitler. He's like,
Yeah.
Awesome.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Did you hear about, slight tangent, did you hear about that? I saw it on Reddit. It was the first issue of like a conservative newsletter, and they literally had a quote attributed to Hitler on the front page. Did you hear about that?
I heard about it. I haven't looked into it at all.
Well, I'll let you guys hash out whether, Goblin's Law where it should go. I'm going to find it for you really quick.
Oh,
But yeah, of course, this one, John Rapp nails it. This one's on the list because Hitler was an atheist. Keeps coming up in my freaking comments section.
That's a good point. Yeah.
what does the history tell us about his religious affiliation?
I mean, well, him personally, I know there's the whole thing about how he used the Christianity of the Germans, made the treaty with the Catholic Church, but he was seriously into a lot of occult shit. I think he was probably agnostic or some dark magic version of pagan, or who the hell knows.
I mean, I would just say he was a politician. He was whatever was most popular.
Yes.
Yeah. It's hard to determine because, he was raised Catholic. That doesn't mean he was still a Catholic
but wasn't
when
he half Jewish too?
He was. I think he was also half Jewish. Raised Catholic. It could have been. He may have been an atheist when he was an adult, and he was like coherent and scheming enough to know that, hey, I need to exploit religion to get the masses to follow me. We don't know if that's the case or not, but it's completely beside the point though, is because he used religious talk and he used religious motivation to get his people to do these atrocities. So it's like we don't know what he really was in his final. And I think I've never read Mein Kampf, but I think in Mein Kampf he mentioned something God's will. He was invoking religious ideas in there.
I mean, like regardless of what the man himself believed, his arguments resonated with the German Christian population.
Yeah,
so
he knew.
Even if he wasn't really, he was effectively a Christian leader.
Well, it's very, very much like a recent president of the United States who was very, very obviously not Christian in any way, shape, or form, but still resonated with a large proportion of Christian voters. I still don't really understand why, but he did.
Yeah,
that freaking church photo shoot.
Yeah, he either was a believer himself or he knew how to exploit believers by using the correct language, and either of those don't reflect kindly on the believers.
Either way, it achieved the same end.
Yeah, I just sent it in chat, but maybe I can do a screen share here if you entertain it for a moment here, Ember. There we go.
Yeah, I can do that.
Anyway, this is a USA Today article about a week old. The group is called Moms for Liberty, and they're complaining about being labeled an extremist group using an Adolf Hitler quote. And here's a screenshot of their first newsletter, and right there, it's an Adolf Hitler quote talking about owning the youth. So,
boy. Don't scroll down too far, Ember. There's some swastikas.
Yeah. So that was a thing. I'm not going to scroll at all. So, but yeah, that was a thing that happened very recently. So
that's pretty awesome, though.
Hitler's going to be the gift that keeps on giving for quite a long time, I think, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Like syphilis.
Like syphilis, yeah. Syphilis, or all other manners of mosquito-borne
like
disease.
Hitler, it might cost you your balls, or it might cost you a ball.
Oh no!
Oh right, he was down a testicle, right?
Yeah,
he was.
He had low T syndrome.
I know this because in one of those Sniper Elite games, when you shoot Hitler and you shoot him in the balls, the game's actually accurate enough. Because you ever seen Sniper Elite? It's a Steam game.
I have not.
Okay. Quick explanation. In this game, you're a sniper. You're killing Nazis in really comical fashion. Like you can shoot the explosive barrel. You can make things fall on people. All that. When you shoot a guy in the game, and you got a kill shot. It'll do a slow motion shot of the bullet hitting the target, and it'll actually show like an X-ray of the target and the skeleton, and all the body parts and stuff. It shows you like what exactly your bullet damaged. And in this game, if you shoot Hitler in the nuts, it is accurate enough to show that he only has one nut. it's anyway. That's where I know that.
Would
Hitler
that be an
has only one
Easter
bullet.
egg or the lack of one?
Oh, well, there's only one egg there, and you can
Mhm.
shoot it. So then he has 0 eggs.
Egg fallacy.
Icarus knows what I'm talking about. Icarus is one of the cool kids.
They game us nuts.
Anyway, that's where I know that Hitler only had one testicle.
Historical references.
Yeah.
Hey,
very
I
important
can't blame you.
information.
I learned a lot about World War II aircraft from one of the early flight simulator games.
Yeah. IL-2 is one game I played a lot with my friend. We would do a lot of World War II dogfighting, and yeah, knew a lot about those planes.
Yeah.
Well,
Good stuff.
Anyway, back to what we were doing.
Yeah. What are we here
I
for?
think it might be another D.
Transformers? What?
I think it might be another D, honestly.
Yeah, I'm feeling the low end of the scoreboard for sure because it is super, super obvious.
I have not had to deal with not much Nazi talk in any conversation I've had. So
Yeah,
far.
honestly, me personally, I don't even waste time pushing back against it. I just ignore those comments. They're frequent, but I'm like, this is not even worth my time.
Yeah. Sneakiness
Yeah.
is 0. There's nothing subtle about Nazis. So sneakiness is at 0. Disruptiveness, you can just like, what are you talking about? We're not talking about Nazis right now. Yeah, it's down there.
Yeah.
I would almost say
mean-
this is F tier. I want to say this is our first F tier fallacy. It's a law, but it's a
Oh,
fallacy.
yeah, I could go for that.
Plus it's
All right.
Hitler. Fuck Hitler. Put him
Even
down
though
there.
it's actually Charlie Chaplin.
Should
Poor
we
Charlie.
create each tier?
He
Get down to the
was-
basement, Hitler, where you belong.
Yeah.
I mean,
Alrighty.
as Team 4-Star said, if you have Germans in media and all you can do is turn them into Nazis, you're lazy.
It's true. So our next contestant is moving the goalposts.
Oh,
Yeah. So this argument is when you say something like, if you want to prove evolution, bring me a transitional fossil. And then your opponent says Tiktaalik. And then they say, if you want to prove evolution, bring me 10 transitional fossils. It's when you have to shift the line you have to cross.
Oh, you brought me 10 transitional fossils? Well, now you got 20 transitional fossils because you got to fill in all the gaps between those. Yeah.
Ember, should I just find the
classic.
link to the Futurama clip?
I know which one you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. Nah, not right now.
That's not copyright strike, Ember.
Yeah.
But no, that's very apt. Anybody who has YouTube, go watch the Futurama episode on. It was the evolution episode where it was kind of a twist to it, but it was basically like, provide me transitional fossils, and Professor Farnsworth was like, here's one. Oh, but now you have 2 gaps. And so you provide the 2 explanations. Oh, now you got 5 gaps. And yeah, it was
just shows how
classic
good they
example.
were at writing. That is
Mm-hmm.
agonizingly accurate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know. It's Dr. Banjo.
Yes.
Refreshed my memory on that one.
Dr.
And-
Banjo the orangutan.
Yes, the orangutan.
Yeah. Which
It was
it's
orangutan.
just-
A little ironic
it's-
twist. The
orangutan.
Yeah,
orangutan
it's
wasn't
freaking
bleeding.
brilliant.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you are the missing link.
It wasn't this the one where
Futurama is
Farnsworth.
brilliant, let's be honest.
This is the one where Farnsworth said, "I don't want to live on this planet anymore." Like
Yep,
he was just
and
fed up.
then
At the
he
end of that
went off
conversation, he's
and-
like, I'm fed up with this. Yeah.
That was
And
my
then he
favorite
went
thing
off and started
ever.
then he went off and started a population of robots on an alien planet that went through the whole evolutionary history of Earth in like 3 days. Like there was a day for bacteria, a day for dinosaurs, and a day
Yeah.
for humans. And then they became gods.
Nice.
Speaking of which, another tangent. Futurama's coming back. They just dropped a new trailer. Hulu's, I guess, funded a season. They're coming back again.
Yay.
Third time.
I-
Yeah.
Oh, at least
Like,
5th. I lost track, honestly.
Yeah. I need to catch
I
up.
mean, genuinely, like, on one hand, I am happy it's coming back. On the other hand, I'm worried they'll ruin it. And lastly, Well, it ended on a really good note.
It was very conclusive. Like it was like, hey, we're done.
Yeah.
Like we're done.
Like it was honestly sweet. It was heartfelt. It was nice.
If they lean into the absurdity of bringing the show back, I think maybe they could find some good stuff in there. It just lean into the absurdity that they're back again. Like
Treat
it's
it like bonus
like
content.
yeah, it's kind of like breaking up with a boyfriend or a girlfriend. It's like you break up, get back together, break up. Like at some point, it becomes like, what are you doing? Yeah.
Here, just a second.
So which one are we talking about again? We're
Moving
past Goodwin's Law.
goalposts.
Moving the goalposts.
Yeah.
Yeah, extremely common.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely common. Disruptiveness, I mean, it prolongs the argument unnecessarily, because if you set a goal, your interlocutor meets it, and then you move the goalpost, you're basically like, oh, we got a whole nother debate to go now because you have more to cover.
Yeah, but in a way, when you do that, if you don't even need your opponent to catch you, if someone in the audience catches you doing it,
Yeah.
it can be seen as like conceding the argument. Like you met
Kinda
my
is,
requirement, now I'm abandoning that position and falling back.
There's like a bit of dishonesty there. It's like, oh crap, you actually met my requirements. I'm gonna pile on more requirements because I gotta remain within the right here. Yeah, there's a bit of dishonesty to it. I think it takes a big person to say, you know what, you met my requirements, I will now accept your position on this, which I don't think you've ever seen in a debate ever.
Yeah, it's so rare. There's actually a meme about that. Like, there's a person in a car and a person standing at the car window and says, "Oh yeah, you love such and such so much. Name 10 things." And it works best with one of those things where there's so many things that are all the same thing.
Yeah, Zooey Deschanel. That's Zooey Deschanel and Zoe Deschanel, and then what's the one guy from SNL? I can't remember. He was on Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the meme.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I am back.
And then she
Did
says
we
one
rank
thing, and then the other person says, "Oh, my bad. That was on me."
That was on me. I didn't set the bar high enough. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. No, we're still
I
talking.
am back. Did we set the goalposts?
No,
we're still talking about it.
Still shifting them.
It's a common thing. I've seen it happen many times. Disruptiveness, I think it's up there because it just prolongs the argument unnecessarily.
It creates a meta argument because now you're arguing about what the actual argument is about because the objective point has shifted.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah. I find it distasteful because there's like a tinge of dishonesty there. It's like you aren't admitting that, hey, you set requirements and they were met.
It feels like a kindergarten argument, like you're playing the pew pew cops and robbers, whatever, and then you go pew, I shot you, and they go, no, I've got a force field.
Yeah,
there's no force fields in cops and robbers.
I got this Deus Machina protecting me. Yeah. I would say sneakiness. I mean, it can be a little sneaky if you're not careful.
I mean,
like if you
a lot of them, it depends on who's using it and who it's used on.
If you're in the mindset of pursuing that goal, and they keep on moving that goal, you might be like a dog with a bone and just keep on going, even though you've already met the previous requirements for the goal. So it could potentially be sneaky. Mm-hmm. I think this one's up there. B tier. Yeah. I think. Yeah.
In a way, it's a lot like the Knights of Ni themselves. Like they go on the quest, they bring back the shrubbery. Oh well, now you have to bring us a herring.
Yes, that's a good example.
Yeah,
that's a very good example. My vote's for B.
Yeah, I'm good with B.
It fits cleanly in B.
Yeah. For the record, everyone who hasn't seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail, go watch it. Thank us later. after liking, subscribing, and watching through the entire stream, of course.
Yes, and super chatting.
Do it after the stream.
Don't forget the super chats to ask for the dog at the other end.
Yes.
Yeah. I saw we actually got 2 reminders, although technically Marty's reminder is a brag, but details.
Yeah.
So that's good stuff. But yeah, absolutely. Like, subscribe both channels. But it definitely do here too. It helps. It helps a lot actually. there's some kind of weird algorithmic relationship between subscriber count, percent of subscribers who watch, like button interactions, all those things. No one understands how the algorithm does it, but it does help.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
I mean,
I
as
appreciate
Beamsy
it.
would say, become one of Ember's fiery members.
Does Beamsy actually say that?
I'm sure he would.
I haven't heard that one yet, but okay.
It sounds like something he'd say.
Yeah, that's a good tagline. I'll have to make a graphic for it. Probably not. I don't have time.
Yeah, use that for your channel on the other site.
On Patreon?
You know, the site where we would rate fallacies.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yes.
Well, that makes it sound like I'm carrying something that's contagious.
Yeah. That's immediately what my brain went to when we first started this tangent. I was like,
no.
should I mention this? That there's
I
implications
didn't
here
think
that
of
might
that
not be
shit.
favorable to Ember.
Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. So our next item up for bids
It's fine.
is
all the kids are in bed. It's fine. We can talk about this kind of stuff.
yeah, for sure. This is another Midjourney produced item. This is the genetic fallacy.
Ooh.
That's why the double
this one.
helixes look a little wonky. But it's a cool looking book, so I was like, okay, I'll keep it. I'll keep it. Yeah, genetic fallacy. It isn't actually genetic per se. It's when somebody makes an argument based on a trait of the arguer, often where they came from, like, all you Christians come from Western Europe or the U.S. or whatever. But you see it in other situations too. Like there was a joke. Well, it was one of those long story jokes, and I can't remember the whole thing, so I'll spare you. But basically, it was a woman went to a gynecologist, and the gynecologist happened to be male. And even though he was a gynecologist, he'd studied, he knew all the bits and pieces, he wanted to make a diagnosis, and she said, "Thanks, but I will only believe it when it comes from a woman who understands," And so that's a genetic fallacy too, is you have no right to an opinion, even if you're an expert, because of who you are or where you come from.
Could it be considered a base version of Godwin's Law?
I was actually about to tie that in. 'Cause
Really? I hadn't considered Godwin.
'Cause, like,
I thought about
that-
ad hominem relations.
That was an argument made by Hitler. Ergo, it's not credible.
Yeah, I was actually about to go there, Dino. He
Yay.
alone, who owns the youth, gains the future. That's a pretty astute observation. Like, it comes from Hitler, and Hitler's an asshole, but he's kind of not wrong there. Like, if you can get the youth and brainwash them, you can shape the appearance of your society in the future.
Oh yeah,
So-
Yeah.
the crazy nuts on the Victory Network and the other evangelical wingnuts. They've actually been chanting that for the past few months. They're saying, "Oh, the lefties, they're trying to indoctrinate the kids. We have to indoctrinate them first to protect them from the lefty indoctrination."
Yeah, but I mean, just the most basic form of this you can look at is, okay, Hitler tells you the sky is blue. That'd be you saying, no, the sky is not blue because you're Hitler. Like, no, you have to agree that if Hitler says the sky is blue, you have to agree with Hitler that the sky is blue because the sky is blue.
So what you're telling
and
me
that's
is
that's
the
where that
sky
comes
is a
from.
Nazi?
Is
Yeah, the sky is Nazi. Exactly.
how dare?
Yeah.
Like
So
that Nazi moon thing. But we do
That's a
see this
non
happen a
sequitur.
lot. It isn't quite as obvious all the time, but it still comes up with like so many instances that my brain is actually locked up with them all trying to come out at once. When a person says, "Oh, of course you would say that you're a blank." Liberal,
You're an
conservative,
evolutionist.
atheist, Christian, evolutionist,
yeah.
whatever. It's a way of discounting your argument because of who the argument is coming out of.
yeah.
Isn't it sort of like an ad hominem in that way?
It's very closely related. It's not attacking the person like a proper ad hominem, but it's trying to invalidate the argument because of the person it's coming from, rather than because there's something wrong with the argument.
Yeah.
And is it bad that I want to make like a phylogenetic tree of these fallacies now?
No, not necessarily at all. There's a clear relationship between many of them, and there's likely an evolutionary process between some of them.
I was about to say, yeah. I wonder who first coined the term logical fallacy. Like the first person that had that light bulb that went off in their head. Like, wait a minute. I think we can like make a system to classify bad argumentation, and then kind of the first one that was discovered, and like labeled, and then what came next and what came next after that.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. Yeah, like the
And
history.
watch it
know that
actually
the
be
first-
Carolus Linnaeus.
That would be interesting, but I do recall that for a long time people thought all the fallacies had been discovered, because Aristotle and his band of merry thinkers categorized a shit ton of them, and so people went, "Oh, well, Aristotle nailed them down," and so for a long time those were the formal fallacies.
Yeah.
And then people started discovering informal ones. And then the line's been blurred for the past 100 years or so. I'm not sure who blurred it, possibly Kant, but whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it does go way back.
John Rapp makes a really good observation. The argument from the genetic fallacy is actually the opposite. It's the inverse of the argument from authority, because you're saying that with the argument or the genetic fallacy, you're saying this is false because it comes from this source, whereas the argument from authority says this is true because it comes from this source. So that's actually they're like inverses of each other.
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, this person is an authority, therefore we should just accept their word and not challenge them.
Yeah.
The flip side is, because of who you are, you're not an authority, so we're not going to accept it no matter even if it's true.
Yeah.
Hell with it.
Also, Ember, there in the private chat is when we started discovering new fallacies.
Ooh.
Making me click links in other places. How dare you? That's not...
Tux also makes a good observation. The sky is not actually blue. Well, it's not blue on the East Coast right now. Definitely blue over here on the West Coast.
That's fair. That's fair. Did you mean to send me a Jurassic Park thing?
Yes.
Okay.
With no context, it looks like Dr. Grant just took a bite out of that egg in front of those kids.
It does.
For those who are curious, it's the scene where they discover raptor eggs, and Grant goes, "They're breeding.
In fact,
Life finds a way."
Yeah, there you go. Amber just linked it.
I tried to. I think the YouTube one might have got borked. Or maybe it went through Twitch.
Kind of looks like it did.
I don't know.
Oh, wow. The link is actually over 200 characters.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's amazing. Here, I'll just go ahead and present it. Why not?
Okay, fine. We'll do it the easy way.
Do it the easy way. There we go. Life finds a way.
Yep.
Anyway, for those who
Nom,
have
nom,
not watched
nom.
Jurassic Park, shame on you for never watching Jurassic Park. Forget all the sequels.
Agreed.
Just watch the first movie. But this is where Dr. Grant took a big, juicy bite out of an egg in front of these kids. And he's marveling
A
at the taste.
velociraptor egg, no less.
Yeah.
No, this was them in the movie discovering that the dinosaurs were actually breeding, because the dinosaurs in the movie were genetically modified, or they were all female basically,
Yes.
so they couldn't breed. But life finds a way, and some of the dinosaurs were able to turn male because they used amphibian DNA, and some amphibians turned. It's movie magic. Anyway, some of the dinosaurs managed to change sexes.
It
and
is
breed.
an actual thing.
It is, yeah.
They
Amphibians
would
is
have
a real
had to
thing.
use specific species.
It
but
would
is
never
a thing.
happen in a dinosaur, though.
It could, hypothetically.
Could it? I don't know.
If
Yeah.
you inserted frog genes.
I'm
not
pretty
an
sure
expert.
there are modern reptiles that do change sex.
I don't know. I'm going to exercise my argument from incredulity here and say that I cannot imagine this to be true. Therefore, it's not true.
I
haha.
dare say that would actually be valid skepticism.
Oh, yeah. Actually, according to a journal article I found, it can actually be pretty widespread in reptiles.
Really? Oh, that's fascinating.
Mhm.
I would never have guessed. See, that's neat. I jumped to an assumption there. I was like, well, frogs do this, but dinosaurs? Come on now.
I mean, they
Yeah.
could also just be like monitor lizards and be able to reproduce asexually.
Let this be a lesson
Komodo
to you.
dragons
Nobody,
do that.
let's just be listening to the audience. Nobody's immune from fallacies. I just committed one just a few seconds ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, occasionally a red herring will snare me, and there's other ones in here that happen from time to time.
Oh, yep. Bree said the exact same thing I did. It is present in varanids, aka monitor lizards.
Is,
Really?
Isn't gender swapping different from parthenogenesis, though?
Or, well, parthenogenesis is at least. Gender swapping might be rarer, but even if they can even if they can only reproduce through parthenogenesis, they could still produce a clutch of eggs.
Oh, can turkey vultures gender swap?
Ooh.
That's
Sorry,
fascinating.
Bree, are you meaning parthenogenic or sex swap? Or sex reversing?
Either way, it's a fascinating concept. I've always thought turkey vultures are they're such an interesting creature from an artistic perspective because they're so fucking ugly on the ground, but they're so fucking gorgeous in the air.
I mean, from a... bleh. Okay, she did mean parthenogenesis. But I from an evolutionary biologist point of view, I think they're just really, really cool creatures. Like,
Yeah.
like they are highly evolved for what they need to do, and they do it insanely well.
Yeah, for sure.
So for genetic fallacy, I'm going to go ahead and say it's very uncommon. I don't hear this very often. Sneakiness, kind of down there.
I'd say it can be
Disruptiveness?
done pretty sneaky.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, usually when you catch it, you have to be clever. Because I usually, hell, these reviews, debate reviews that I've been doing with Mark Reed, and Dr. Dino has joined for some of those. Oftentimes, I'll watch the debate when it's live, and then I'll only notice the genetic fallacy upon review. So they can be sneaky.
All right. I'm gonna drop my vote for C, and I'm gonna step away for just a second.
Okie dokie.
Alrighty. I guess as a side note, there are also lizard species that entirely reproduce via parthenogenesis, like subwhip-tailed lizards.
Yeah, it gets Forrest Velkai brings up that particular lizard from time to time because they still have to like make the motions of sex in order to get the ovaries stimulated, but they don't actually need sex. They're all female.
Yep. They are, I think, by definition, a species of lesbians because they have to have.
I suppose.
Because they do still need the sex to reproduce.
Yeah. Well, as long as it works.
Yeah. Yeah.
As long as it floats their boat. I wonder, do they still have cloacas? Because they don't. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. They still have cloacas. Cloacas are just a reptile thing.
Alrighty. As to the actual fallacy, I don't know. It can be kind of sneaky. If it works, it doesn't work successfully very often. But when it works, it can totally take down an opponent's argument. Because when it works, they'll just drop the argument. They'll just lose that point. But it doesn't work all that often.
I feel like it's right in the middle, like a low B or a C. Because when it works, but it has to be situational.
All right, let's tentatively put it in C because that was Eric's vote, and yeah, I don't know. I like the graphic, but I hate the fallacy.
Yeah. Oh, Grayson is asking what we are ranking.
Oh, yeah, logical fallacies. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah.
Yeah. We are basing our criteria just off of what, like, we see them, like how we see them used. Mostly.
Yeah, because I promised in the description this would be an illogical tier list, and it's not just because the things are illogical. I take things way too far. Mwahaha. So, well, we should probably wait for Eric to get back before I describe the next one.
Have any super chats to read out?
Let's see. Doggo reminder. Does this button do anything? It does indeed. It gets you into the super chat section. So yeah, thank you for that, John. Hillhugger, is "'tis but a scratch" a fallacy? That's a good question. I think it technically is, because it only gets used when the injury in fact is not but a scratch. It's sort of like well, I don't need. Maybe it's not really a fallacy because it's just a straight up denial of reality. You know,
Yeah.
it could be. Well, I guess argument from incredulity. I can't believe my arm's off. I've had worse.
Maybe.
I don't know. That's the best I've got. And Eric, Skeptics and Scoundrels. Who keeps letting that guy into the chat? But thank you for the $5, even though you're not here. And he says, "Don't trust these guys," which is absolutely top-notch advice. Yeah.
Don't trust us at all.
Oh, welcome back.
That's like a meta fallacy. Yeah. Okay, so our next critter.
Actually, yeah, here you go. This is really a mind bender. Don't trust me because I'm not an authority, but you can trust me on that statement because I'm an authority on myself.
Yeah, it's
There you
like
go.
that set theory exercise. This is actually a mathematical fallacy, but I can't think of the name of it offhand. It's that this sentence is false.
Yeah, like a
'Cause if
Captain
it's
Kirk
false, it's
type
true. If
of.
it's true, it's-
One of us only tells lies, the other only tells truths.
Yeah, it's how Captain Kirk defeats robots in the original Star Trek. Yeah, it's kind of like a paradox type thing.
Yeah, endless fun.
Well, what is up next? And
Okay. This critter is the false analogy. So basically, I'll just do the example. The reason for this picture is apples are red, cherries are red, strawberries are red. Therefore, this basket is full of apples. They're all red. Therefore, they're all apples. Even though the apples are partly green, but details.
So, fallacy of analogy or
False analogy, yeah.
false analogy?
Yeah, since apple, whatever is in an apple contains the property of being red. The strawberry also contains the property of being red. Therefore, the strawberry is an apple.
An argument by analogy in which the analogy is poorly suited. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I see this happen quite a lot. Whenever somebody draws a comparison between two things, then the interlocutor takes that comparison a little bit too far. Like, you draw a comparison to help people learn new concepts from concepts they already know. But if you take it too far, you're going to hit a point where it's like the analogy breaks down because, two different things are going to differ in some way. And you're going to eventually hit a point where those differences will creep in.
Yeah.
And at that point, the analogy
has another great example. DNA is a code. All code comes from intelligence. Therefore, DNA comes from intelligence.
Yes. I've used this. I've used this on the Jehovah's Witnesses that have been at my door for the past few weekends because they are basically trying to do the same thing. They're trying to draw comparisons with, DNA, I think, was the thing we actually talked about. DNA is information. Information comes from minds. It's interpreted by minds. Therefore, DNA must have come from a mind. And it's like, DNA is information.
That's an equivocation one, though,
Yeah.
because they're equivocating on the word information.
Yeah, I think it depends how you define information. But yeah, that's probably what's at play there too.
Yeah.
But essentially, it's when you do
here. Hi, Grayson.
When you draw a comparison, the comparison you take it too far and it breaks down and becomes useless.
Yeah. Cars get used to substitute in for evolution a lot, and I don't know why.
Yeah. I can use these parts on this car, so that must mean these cars are related.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because cars they definitely evolve and reproduce and things. It just it drives me crazy. So this one it's got a wide range of utility. It can be done sneakily. It's usually pretty overt, at least the more common expressions, like using cars for evolution or DNA for code
Yeah.
that we see all the time. Those are pretty sloppily done, but it could be done sneakily.
I can see how the sneakiness gets in there because, like, let's say I present an analogy to explain something, and then the other person, the interlocutor, they latch on to something else you can compare between the two things, and then they try to present that as like a counterpoint. And it's like, yeah, you're using my comparison against me, so it can feel like, oh, you're making a valid counterpoint against it, but it's like, no, you're taking that analogy too far. So yeah, you can it's almost like turning somebody's arrows against them, basically, and it can feel like, oh, you've got me, you pointed out a flaw in my analogy.
Mhm.
So I can see the sneakiness in there. It could get you if you're not careful about that. So yeah, I would say sneakiness is up there.
Yeah. And again, it depends on how it's wielded, but it can be very hard to refute because, you can point out that cars don't actually reproduce. There's no evolutionary change in there, or that calling DNA a code is a misuse of the word code and all those sorts of things. But it's not really effective because those same mama jamas are going to use the same bad argument in their very next talk or debate.
Yep.
So you never really permanently knock that crap down.
Atangelo, Icarus just brought up that Atangelo does
Oh.
this all the time. Cells
Oh.
are factories, therefore cells are designed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
tried that one on me too.
And
they-
you
they
said
have
it,
a
and
powerhouse?
he's going to appear.
The example on the wiki is also really good. Basic example. It's two premises and a conclusion. Premise 1, planets in a solar system orbit a star. Premise 2, electrons in an atom orbit a nucleus. And
Oh, I hate this one.
Electrons jump instantly from orbit to orbit. Therefore, conclusion, planets in a solar system jump instantly from orbit to orbit. Like you're
Okay, not
drawing
where
a
I
comparison.
expected that to go.
Yeah, you're drawing a similarity between two things, and then you are blanket assigning characteristics on both of them. Like you can draw a comparison without completely making them the same. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good one. I like that one.
Yeah.
How often does this happen?
It depends.
It
Like
happens.
Kent Hovind will mention one once or twice in every single conversation, but Eric Hovind will seldom bring one up. So the range is all across the board.
Yeah. It definitely happens when it comes to the argument from design. It's basically essentially what this whole thing is.
Yeah.
I'd say pretty common. Disruptiveness, talking a person down from that position and convincing them that they're being fallacious with these comparisons
It can be
takes
an
a lot
entire
of
side
time.
argument.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of time.
And people can it's one that a normal person might accidentally invoke without even trying to.
Good.
True.
Yeah.
Sneakiness. About mid. This is probably up there in my book. I think.
Yeah.
I think A or B.
I'm leaning
I'd
towards
go
S
for a
with this
B.
one.
Yeah.
Average it and call it an A?
I vote half A, half
Yeah.
B because I want to see another half. Just because it's arbitrary.
I feel like an A would be like a good average.
I can do A. Why not?
All right. A is the fruit salad. Next one is one we were just talking about, equivocation.
I love equivocation fallacies.
Yeah, and this one, it's super simple. It's when you use two homophones, two separate words that sound the same, to trick the audience. So you say something, you start a sentence using the word one way, like law, like our civilization has laws, and they're changed by the person in charge. The universe also has laws, therefore there must be a person in charge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is one that kind of is close to my heart because when I was a Jehovah's Witness and I was preaching, I used that exact argument. The universe has laws. We have laws. Our laws are made by lawgivers. Therefore, the universe's laws are given by a lawgiver. and
How dare you.
it's so easy to defeat because you're like, we use the same word law for two different concepts. One, in this case, one is prescriptive, the other one is descriptive. They are different, even though we use the same word for them. It's very easy to explain to a person who's actually using it. But yeah, this one's near and dear to my heart because I look back on my preaching years and I cringe at this bad logic. And I was convinced by it. I thought this was like, oh, this is home run.
Yeah.
Like, this is amazing. This is a home run argument for God. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this thing caught me up. I mean, I never fell for it, but I didn't know how to fight back against it until I found out it was a fallacy.
Yeah.
Like
See,
it had snagged me every time. I'd be like, "Oh, you're not wrong, except you're very wrong. I just don't know how to explain that to you."
I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I thought this was a great argument for God. So yeah,
Yeah.
Just for my subjective, like this has a special place in my heart. I want to place it high, regardless of all our criteria. It's just high on my list.
It's not great for debates, but it is really good for fooling a lot of people.
Yeah, for people who don't know what equivocation fallacies are, it's great for fooling them.
Yeah, it's huge with the apologetics community.
Yeah.
In fact, you might argue that it's probably the number one fallacy for keeping people locked into churches.
Yep. I would say it's low on disruptiveness, but very high on sneakiness. Common, kind of. Like, I mean, I don't think a professional apologist would ever use something like this because they know it'll be identified.
Videos to show
Could be wrong. Could be wrong.
I think you might be wrong.
All right. Well, I said professional apologist, although that's me no true Scotsmaning right there. So
yeah. I'm like, define professional because Eric
give me an
Hovind is
example.
$14 million from being an apologist.
Eric Hovind. Oh yeah. How do you define him? Okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Technically,
And
he's
honestly,
professional.
William
Not
Lane Craig,
professional.
who's supposed to be like the god of apologetics philosophy, this is his moral argument. Moral lawgiver must be a lawgiver, you know?
Yeah.
Call it a moral law, must be a moral lawgiver. Random disruption, Nee says, careful with JW is all it takes are code words to bring you back. Longing, rusted, 17, daybreak, furnace, 9, benign, homecoming, 1, freight car.
Really?
Are those
I think maybe one of those words I've used. I don't know. Nee, are you a XJW or do you know some, or where's that coming from? I'm curious.
Yeah. Grayson says all laws are made by humans, therefore humans made the laws of the universe.
Well, hey, I'm
I
sold.
like it. Who needs it? As Napoleon's science advisor said, who needs a god? I know that's not what he said, but it's in the ballpark.
We have no need for that hypothesis.
Yeah. When my brain is in good shape, I can actually remember that scientist's name, but it's not in great shape today. I thought those were. I was going to ask, are those the words that worked on Bucky?
Those are sleeper activation words.
Yeah. I'm just thinking like man, woman, person, camera, TV.
So okay, Nee's saying that I'm actually a sleeper agent from the JWs, and there's a sequence of words that'll reactivate me.
Yep.
Get me preaching to you guys on this stream. Oh my god. Hey, if I was a sleeper agent, I wouldn't know it. So I can't disprove that. That's an unfalsifiable claim from as far as I can tell. Oh my god. Russian words. Well, now I'm activated. Let me tell you guys about Jehovah.
Oh, no.
My comrades, I have great story for you.
Yeah, the normal Christians are annoying enough, please.
Yeah, right?
Sorry, for any Christians in the chat, I mean the normal annoying creationist Christians.
Obviously not you Christians in the chat who can super chat if you want to. Yeah, we're talking about those.
Okay, but genuinely, like I've said it before, I have no problem with like 95% of Christians.
Yeah,
it's just the creationists who misrepresent stuff I get irritated with.
Yeah, I'm right with you, Dinah. Like I'm fine with most religious folks, as long as you aren't legislating your beliefs into our laws, or disrupting science education. Like you're fine with me if you're not doing those things.
Yeah.
We can
I mean,
coexist.
heck, I'm
It's-
I'm currently dating a religious person.
yeah.
Like she's not Christian, but religious.
My first serious relationship was the most religious person I've ever, well, been close to. That's actually why we broke up. It was a high school romance, so it wasn't like it was serious,
Oh,
but
it was doomed to
it was,
failure.
yeah, it was emotionally serious if you follow,
Yeah.
and she
Yeah.
left because, as she put it, she was starting to love me more than God, and we can't have
Oh
that.
no,
Oh my god.
I'm like, okay, this is
Ember,
probably for
you
the
should have
best.
started a cult.
That's man, that's so sad
I
though.
actually did have a cult in high school. I had wicked long hair, and I was much prettier when I was young. And so there was this fellow who was on the football team and also the Science Olympiad team. And we talked about Roger Zelazny's books over lunch. So he was like a football player who was also intelligent, which means he was like
Yeah, they're fun.
one of the most popular people. He started calling me Jesus. So the football team
no.
picked it up, and within a week or so, I had a cult. I had, a couple dozen people following me around and doing the thing. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, don't make me cut my hair to make this stop. And then just a couple years later, I went and joined the Navy, and I had to cut my hair anyway.
Oh.
Dope. Details, though. Equivocation.
Genuine
how do we
question.
feel?
If you, sorry, I know this is a tangent, but a genuine question. If you could go back in time, would you join the Navy again?
Absolutely not. It was a
That's
terrible
what
idea.
I've heard from a lot of people.
I honestly don't know what the fuck I was thinking.
You're probably like,
90
I need money and I need a college degree. So
I think that is pretty much what I was thinking.
I think
Yes.
that's probably 95% of people who join the military are like, I need to get a college degree and I don't want to go into colossal debt to get it.
I ended up going into colossal debt anyway,
5%
but
of people I have asked that have said they regretted it.
it was
Like
unpleasant.
I actually had a good friend in college who was some kind of pre-Navy thing. Like he was in college to get a degree so he could do stuff in the Navy. But in training, he screwed up his knee so bad he'll probably have a limp the rest of his life.
Ooh.
So
Yikes.
now he can't really join the Navy.
Well,
But he still got his education because it happened right at the end of his 4th year.
nice. That's a plus. Yeah, I've got I have no cartilage in my shoulders because of Navy stuff. I don't know if the microphone will pick it up, but they pop like, they're not doing it really loud, but yeah, every time I wiggle them like that, it's pop, 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 pop.
Yikes.
Yeah. Endless fun. John, I did not get my feet washed by a prostitute or her hair and her hair.
You should have
no.
leaned into the cult leader thing. You could have gone far, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you had to give up all your morals and
Eventually somebody'd want my blood though.
Yeah, hey, just start a cult. It's better than religion.
I mean, it kind of is. The difference between a cult and a religion is how many followers you have.
I would love to see a social experiment where somebody who knows how cults work would start one. Like, it would be completely immoral and unethical, and I don't recommend anybody do this at all. But like, somebody who has full knowledge of how cults work should be able to navigate those waters really effectively.
Now don't do this, but
Don't
it'd be
do
really
it.
cool if you did.
Yeah, exactly. It would be fascinating to watch. Like, somebody actually say, like, start a YouTube channel and go, I'm going to start a cult. Let's see how far I can get. It would be
feel like that,
fascinating to watch that.
Who
I
was
feel
that
like that's
black guy
happened.
that infiltrated the KKK?
The what now? The black guy?
The black guy that infiltrated the KKK
Oh, I
to
don't
try and
know his
dismantle it
name.
from inside.
He didn't infiltrate, though.
Yeah, he was pretty obvious about it. He was super blatant.
Yeah.
He was
Well,
like,
but he still joined them, you know?
well,
like-
he hung out with them. Like he went to
Oh,
their
right,
cookouts and shit.
Right, sorry. He hung out with them, and didn't he get like a bunch of members to walk out on it?
Yeah,
Daryl
like
Davis.
200.
B.S. Lewis just said Daryl Davis, and I think that's the guy's name. Yeah.
That sounds about
Okay.
right. Yeah.
He's essentially mingling with. I don't know if he's joined them. Like I doubt the KKK would put a black guy on their roster, but he's co-mingling with them, befriending them to get them out because he's basically showing like, hey, I'm just a human and I'm a nice guy. Your hatred's unfounded.
Yeah, and it worked.
Yeah, he's got multiple guys out apparently.
Yeah, starting with that big dragon guy.
Yeah.
200 robes, he says, but yeah, it's actually a really cool achievement, and the way he went about it. I mean, it's so obvious, right? Like, they hate black people, so he's showing them what black people are like, and
Yeah.
once they get to know that black people aren't the spawn of Satan or whatever they think,
Yeah.
they hate less.
He's challenging the preconceptions, the prejudices. Yeah. It's effective. It's great.
Yeah. Most of prejudice is based in ignorance. People are scared of the unknown.
Yeah. That's why I like doing. That's why I do my activism, my atheist activism, the way I do it. It's like I'm a snarky guy. I like making jokes. I like poking fun, but I also want to treat people with respect and show that, hey, I'm not a spawn of the devil. I'm not doing these things because I hate people or hate religion. Like, I'm just a normal person who has different opinions, and so I try to keep myself like that forward-facing, like appearance. Even though I'm kind of a snarky guy, I like joking around. I like all that stuff, but like nothing malicious.
They can be appealing, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
and so
you don't want to present a false face because that
Yeah,
becomes obvious after a while, and it can be super tiring.
Yeah.
But yeah, like honestly, likability is the most persuasive factor.
yeah, it's I work in the tech fields, and there's many cases of having like I can think of 5 of them over my career. Somebody who's super smart, they know what they're doing, they're tech savvy, everything, and they have 0 social skills, so nobody likes them and nobody wants to listen to them because, like, even though they're right, they're just so unlikable that yeah, it's a balance of appearances and being just a genuinely likable person and being a functioning member of society.
Likability, relatability. Unfortunately, attractiveness is part of the equation, but it's in there. Utility and exceptionalismness. Like, I've noticed there's a lot of really high quality creators here on YouTube, but they're missing something in the likability or relatability areas, and it really, really holds their growth back. And I kind of worry that I might be in the same boat, but you can only be who you are, Just be the best you can be.
You're not that annoying.
I'm insufferable, be honest.
Yeah, I guess my ultimate point is that interacting effectively with the world and appealing to people, it's a mix of both the hard skills of conversation and debate and logic, along with the soft skills of tact and being personable, being gentle with others. Like, it's a mix of the two. If you can get a good mix of those two things together, you can be very persuasive and probably sway a lot of people to your side. And that's what Daryl Davis is doing. I'm sure. I mean, I've seen a few of his videos, and yeah, he's just super calm, super gentle. He's basically sitting with the enemy, people who want him eliminated, and he's just being a nice guy to them, showing them, hey, I'm not what you think I am. Yeah,
I mean, it's a genuine problem in the sciences. Like, a lot of scientists are really good at science, but not so good with public relations. But if you can find that rare scientist that can do both,
the science,
they're going to do amazing things in the field.
Yes, the science communicator.
Yeah. I think that's a big part of the reason why Forrest Velkai has skyrocketed so quickly, because he's really, really good at the science communication, but he's also really, really charming, and that high energy thing that gets people excited, which is the point.
I mean, he is literally the cool science teacher.
Yeah.
Like that is actually what he is, and it's great.
Yeah.
He's the guy in the assembly that runs through like singing some terrible song or something.
He literally does that, yes. So anybody who doesn't know, I had Forrest as a guest at the Comic Con that I run in Watertown, and yeah, he literally
really?
does that. He will come walking through the door singing some random thing.
Oh,
he
that's I would love to meet him someday.
Oh yes, I did get to have a nice chat with him. And he came to the after party, which is for crew VIP holders. It's optional for talent. They're welcome to come, but of course they're not required. He did come. I got to hear him sing a karaoke. It was he's insufferably wholesome. Like it was the theme from I think he said it was Arthur was the cartoon show. It was something about our dreams and whatnot. And I'm like, he
Oh.
really is just like that, isn't he?
I hate how much I like you.
I know. I said to his wife, I finally got to meet her too, which was fantastic because, she's always off camera. I knew she existed, but I had no idea. Like all I'd ever heard was Forrest gush about how wonderful she is, and so while he's singing, I said to her, I'm like, honestly, how do you put up with that much wholesome?
There's some good honorable mentions in the chat. We got
I should
Erica
probably.
Gutsit Gibbon. We have Matt
Yep.
O'Dowd from PBS Spacetime, a channel that I love. PBS Spacetime's amazing.
Oh shoot, I haven't watched that in forever.
Yeah, I used to listen to that on the bus to work here in Seattle quite a lot. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, equivocation fallacy. I'm going to say.
Oh yeah, we were doing
I'm going to
something.
say between B and C because equivocation kind of feels like a middle type fallacies. I'm going to say BC, right in the middle.
The
Yeah.
fallacy itself needs to equivocate.
Yes.
Perfectly balanced as all things should
Yes.
be. It is between.
Okay,
B and C.
Thanos. How
It's
dare you?
literally a scale.
Yeah, actually,
It
that's
is
probably
literally a scale.
that's probably what my brain was doing. I was seeing the scale, and I was like, it feels like it
Yep.
should be right in the middle. So yeah, let's put it right in the middle.
All right.
Why not?
Nope. My OCD part wants to like make it fit with the Scotsman so that they take up the unused space. But I'm like, that won't work. That'll put one into one category and one into the other. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Our next critter is common knowledge and or common sense. So that one,
everyone knows
it's
that one.
yes. Everyone knows. That's literally the argument, is everyone knows that humans didn't evolve from monkeys. For instance.
Every farmer on the planet would tell you.
So is appeal to common sense, according to the wiki. I mean, I see this here. According to the wiki, it's the argument for incredulity. Appeal to common sense. I cannot imagine how this can be true. Therefore, it's not because common sense.
Well, it's not just incredulity. It's also it's got an equal part of ad populum in there because it's like it's common sense. Everyone knows,
That's a good point. Yeah, very good point.
Yeah.
It's a hybrid fallacy. It's
Yeah,
parentage
this really is a
suspect.
weird family
Yeah.
tree.
Yep. It reminds me of the Greek gods, how there's like forks and recurves and things.
I say
And
I
then
would
just
say this one.
half the tree is just from Zeus.
I would say this one's
yeah.
actually fairly common. I've heard so many, like I think at least two. I've only been on the line 3 times, and I've had 2 callers basically say, "Well, everyone knows that X." Like this is fairly common, at
Yeah.
least from my point of view. I'm only a sample size of 1, but I've experienced this more than once.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, the selection is going to be biased anyway because
Yeah.
it's stuff I keep running into.
Yeah. Appeal to common sense. So yeah, this is fairly common. I mean, the common is right in the name.
Yeah.
I think disruptiveness.
Another example from Icarus.
I think
5-year-old knows it.
Yes, 5-year-old must know this.
Yeah.
I think disruptiveness is fairly low because when somebody says that all people think something, you can just simply say, "You don't know what all people are thinking. Get out of here." Like I've literally said that to somebody on the line. Like you're in the realm of claiming to know what everybody thinks. So it's fairly easily slapped down, but it is a common thing.
Yeah.
Sneakiness. I mean, I can
I think
see
the-
maybe
the-
somebody throwing this by you if you yourself also think that thing, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because you can
It's
latch on like, oh yeah, I think that. Therefore, like you can
yeah, it's
you can
like
kind of
it's
catch that
almost a
wave.
consensus fallacy.
Yeah.
Like, and some people may be persuaded even though they don't believe because of that urge to go along with the crowd. That,
Yeah.
well, I think that's another fallacy on the list actually.
Little foreshadowing.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. I can't actually remember all of the ones I did.
Yeah.
Details.
So I say high commonness, high sneakiness, low disruptiveness. So above average.
Yeah.
I say B. I'm B for this one.
Yeah, it's not great
Like-
for effectiveness, but it definitely it gets out there and covers some ground.
So what letter do you think, Ember? I say B.
I'm actually leaning towards D because
Really?
yeah,
Ooh.
even though it's just not a good argument.
Well, but Ember,
Well,
everybody
not many
knows.
of these are.
Ember, everybody knows this is a common thing that's very sneaky. Everybody just knows this. You understand, right?
Yeah. A lot like
Yeah.
that.
Like Ember, if we were judging these based on how good argument they are, 90% of them would be an F.
Yeah. But some of them are definitely worse than others.
Yeah. All right, so I'm at B. Ember's at D. Dino, you're the tiebreaker. Where do you want to put it?
I'd say C. So
Right
that
in
would
the
put it
middle.
at about a C average.
Yeah. It occurs to me that the idea of going with the median is definitely going to weight the center ranks because you can't median your way into an S or an F. It's always going to end up in the middle.
Yeah.
So we've biased our results.
I mean,
Not
isn't
that
a
it
bell
matters.
curve a sign of a healthy population?
Oh yes, we want our fallacies to be nice and healthily distributed. All right.
We got to take care of them before we take them to slaughter. Come on, you wouldn't want to eat a sick animal.
Our next critter is cherry picking. I think
You keep calling them critters too.
I do that sometimes. I could call them goddammits if you prefer. I have all kinds of fun words for describing things when I don't want to use the actual noun. Actually, it's not that I don't want to use them. It's that my brain doesn't hold nouns the way it should, and periodically they just poof out of my head. So I just habitually substitute other words so no one notices. They're like, oh, Ember's just being quirky. Not necessarily Ember has brain damage. Maybe we should work on that.
Remind me how much you care about swearing.
As long as it won't make the bots mad, I'd give 0 fucks.
I can just call them annoying little shits.
Yeah. That works too. So yeah, cherry picking. It's another really, really common one. We see there's a bunch of different variations. But like when people grab a quote
Yeah.
and ignore all the one from the Bible jumps into my mind. Hugh Ross used it. I can never do verse and chapter. I've never had that kind of brain. But there's a passage where the Bible talks about God stretching out the heavens. And so Hugh Ross says, see, that's proof the Bible predicted the expansion of the universe. But of course, that's only half of a sentence. The other half of the sentence is God also is stretching out the earth. So if you're going to say it shows the expansion of the universe, the ongoing expansion of the universe, then the earth also should be continuing to expand. So that's cherry picking because the whole phrase doesn't say what the partial phrase is presented as saying.
Yeah.
And I will say this is another one it's easy to be accidental. Because sometimes, like I've done it and actually writing for papers, sometimes you just zero in on your source and you just block out the stuff around it. So you have to like train yourself to not do that.
Yeah, I was in a in my comments section. I was in a debate with a guy who was defending slavery. No, I take that back. He was nitpicking comments I made in a live stream, and we were on the topic of basically people who identify as gay or as non-cis, non-conventional, sexuality.
Oh, you're
They
talking
live
about
shorter
me again.
life. They live shorter lifespans, and
It's true.
yeah, and it's like,
Gee,
and
I
he
wonder
was
why.
he was jumping to, oh, it's a result of having that lifestyle or those preferences, and I was like, no, it's a result of the negative social impact you have because the society around you, average or above average, is kind of pitted against way you're expressing yourself. Anyway, he linked me a paper. And I looked at the paper and I was like, this paper demonstrates what I'm saying, because he latched onto a sentence when the entire paper was actually like agreeing with my position for the most part.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So it's
Yep.
like, yeah, this happens quite a lot. And Jehovah's Witnesses do this a ton. This is a new term I learned recently. It's called proof texting. It's when you go into the Bible, you grab a single scripture, remove the context, and then use that scripture to support your point. And it is cherry picking. It's basically saying, okay, I'm gonna go grab, like we mentioned this earlier with
Mm-hmm.
stretching out the heavens and stretching out the earth and all that. Which, by the way, Isaiah 40:22. I looked it up while you were saying it. Yeah, going in and like just strategically plucking something out of a huge block of text and going, see this sentence? This sentence supports what I'm saying. And Jehovah's Witnesses do this a ton. If you ever have one come to your door and talk to you, you'll notice they'll whip out their Bible and they'll tell you a scripture or two, but they won't talk about what's around it because they're using whatever they're telling you to support whatever point they're trying to make.
Yeah. But like I said earlier,
This
the
is
tricky
common,
thing
is
with
what I'm
this
saying.
one is like
Mhm.
anyone can do it, even if it's by mistake.
Yeah. Because everyone is vulnerable to this. You can be a Christian preacher using your Bible and proof texting. You can maybe too quickly skim over a scientific article or an abstract and go, oh, I see some keywords in here that seem to support my point, so I'm going to go ahead and use this. And then you get like the really dastardly ones that will go and grab a quote from a scientist and like a single sentence that supposedly supports their point, but really when you read the sentence around, it's like, this absolutely not doing that.
I mean, Stephen Jay Gould is the poster child for that, very sadly.
I was thinking of Dennis Prager. He's
Yeah.
been caught. I mean, Steven
Oh,
at
I
Rationality
mean-
Rules has caught him like he has entire videos on just busting Dennis Prager doing that.
Yeah.
Oh, I was meaning people who like get cherry picked for Stephen Jay Gould.
Oh, yes. Yeah, actually. Another video I've got in the pipeline, the person that I'm going to be interacting with does literally that. He cherry picks a passage from Stephen Jay Gould, and I'm going to have to like read the paragraph around it to show it means the opposite of what he says it means.
Yeah.
It just
There's an older, it's out of circulation now. The Jehovah's Witnesses no longer use it, but there's a blue book called Life, How Did It Get Here? By Evolution or by Creation. And spoiler alert, they're going to tell you it's creation that got life here.
false dichotomy.
But yeah, exactly. That's a good point. But there's this book is rife with cherry picked, misrepresented scientific quotes and quotes from scientists. It's like it's almost like a masterpiece or masterwork in cherry picking and in selecting, sentences out of scientific papers and just removing all context out of it and just saying, hey, this proves my point.
I mean, so
yeah.
Just really quick, like this might be controversial, but I feel like this might be our first S tier because you like have to know what someone is citing in order to refute them on it.
It can be, yeah. It without Google handy, it can be really hard to refute because
And it's hard to Google mid debate.
you can doubt, you can express doubt, you can express skepticism, but that looks like you're just making an argument from incredulity. in
Yep.
response to their citation.
Yeah, it's like I'm citing a scientist, and you're saying you disagree with them. I'm sure I'm only citing one sentence, but you're
Like
disagreeing with that
especially if they
sentence.
cite something from, say, a scientist you really respect, and maybe one you've used, but you don't have time to go and look up the quote. Like that can throw a wrench in your argument, at least from the perspective of the audience.
Yeah, and the best you can do in the moment is to say, well, hell, we've all had to do it. Like say, well, Richard Dawkins isn't the god of atheism.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what Richard Dawkins said.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
one scientist.
That's another good
Right.
point. People
But that
will
makes
bring
it
up.
sound like you're just attacking the source,
It's saying
like
that the source
making a genetic fallacy.
No,
of
it's
the
not
source.
saying what he says doesn't matter. It's saying that he isn't the final authority. He's one vote among millions,
Okay.
kind of thing. It can be very, very tricky. But yeah, I'm on board with that. It can be very hard to fight back against a cherry pick, especially in a face-to-face of any kind, whether it's a debate or people knocking on your door.
Mm-hmm.
So this happens a lot. It's very disruptive. It's very sneaky. Yeah, I can get on
feel
board
like it
with
might
this
be
tier
the
on this
first
one.
S.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. It's like the slot machines. That's why getting cherries is important or something. I don't know. I just work here. So I'm going to introduce the next one, and I got to step away for a second now. So I will just have you guys discuss, and then I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. But yeah,
All
so
right.
this next one is Black Swan. That is the fallacy of you say it's almost a fallacy of composition. No, not composition.
It has to do with falsification. I know this because I'm working on a video right now about falsification, and I'm talking about black swans in it.
Isn't it sort of like
Yeah,
No
nice.
True Scotsman? Like there are no black swans.
It's not a disqualification criteria. If you saw a black swan and said that's not a swan because there are no black swans, that would be a No True Scotsman.
There you go.
But
Yeah.
in this case, it's you might say something like, I've never seen a Christian who actually donates to charity. The fact that you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. The fact you've never seen a black swan doesn't mean they don't exist.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like saying, it's like when you make a claim that something does not exist, that's kind of where the black swan fallacy comes in. Like saying that, let's say we lived in Europe in,
And
year
I'll be right
1000.
back.
Sure. Let's say you lived in Europe in the year 1000 and all we ever see around us are white swans. You could say, hey, there are no black swans in existence because all we see are white swans. But in order to make the statement that there are no black swans, you need to claim knowledge that you have identified and examined every single swan in existence and have verified that there are no black ones. So obviously there's logistical problems with that and practical problems with that, and nobody has viewed and examined all swans. So there's a falsification problem there, saying that something definitely does not exist.
Oh, like some creationists will say, well, you haven't turned over every rock in the universe, so you can't say there is no God.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only way you can really identify something does not exist is if you can identify a contradiction in that thing existing. That's where the problem of evil comes in. The problem of evil, says, hey, if a omnipresent, omnipowerful, omni-loving God exists and we have this world that we live in, then we can identify contradictions there and say, hey, this God does not exist because it contradicts with the reality that we observe. If you water down the God a little bit, take down those omni traits to some lower level, now you're outside of that falsification because you can no longer identify contradiction. Because you can say, well, my God's maximally loving or my God's maximally knowledgeable. It doesn't know everything. It only knows enough to get the job done. So yeah, it's kind of a relationship between making claims that something doesn't exist and actually examining whether all of those items in existence to actually determine that they don't exist. This is where falsification comes in, because if you can't falsify a claim, then that claim essentially becomes useless. Saying there are no black swans is a useless claim because we cannot verify that, and we basically can't falsify that unless you have the practical ability to identify all swans and examine them. Yeah, it's an interesting like problem, especially when it comes to like scientific claims. If you make a scientific claim that can't be falsified, it's essentially useless. You can't do anything with it. An unfalsifiable claim is something that you can only confirm with various bits of evidence. You can never show it to be false, and so you can only go that one direction, confirmation. Yeah, it's like tricky territory, because lots of Christians and lots of apologists will make unfalsifiable claims, and essentially they're useless to us because we cannot show them to be false by definition. I'm working on a video on that right now. I was hoping to get it done before I leave town for a few days next week, but I can't. So after that, it'll be out. But that's what I'm working on next.
Okay.
Yeah. But the black swan fallacy, unfalsifiable claims, they're all over the place in religious discussion and pseudo-scientific discussion. They're all over the place. It's extremely common. I want to say they aren't disruptive because you can easily identify them. Somebody makes an unfalsifiable claim, you can identify pretty quick that, hey, there's nothing you can do to falsify this. It's one of the most common things I ask in live chats whenever I'm watching like an apologist or during a debate when they're making a claim. Like the most recent one was Matt Dillahunty versus Cliff. What was his name? It was on Modern Day Debates a few nights ago. Cliff sitting there saying,
Cliff
"Oh,
Neckel or something."
yeah, whatever. Yeah, his name starts with an N." But he's basically saying
something.
Yeah, he's basically saying like, "Oh, the Bible says this, the Bible says that, and I super chatted and I said, "Hey, Cliff, how do you falsify any of these claims? Like, if one or more scriptures in the Bible about Jesus are false, how would you know it?" That's essentially what it comes down to. If this claim or statement is false, how would you know it? And if they can't identify falsification criteria for the claim's value immediately diminishes, because you can't determine whether that claim is true or false. I take that back. You cannot determine whether that claim is false. Doesn't mean the claim is true. Doesn't mean the claim is false. It just simply means that you can't identify whether it's true or false, and therefore the claim becomes useless.
So let me just make sure I'm understanding this. So the black swan fallacy is when you make a statement that cannot be falsified unless you know everything about the subject. Is that right?
That is one case. That's probably the most common case.
Yeah, I like that interpretation because it's more than just incredulity. Like, I've never seen a black swan. It's something that can't be falsified in the moment unless you meet very specific criteria.
Yeah. By saying there are no black swans, you're basically saying, if you make the claim there are no black swans, you are implying I have knowledge of all swans in existence, and I definitely know that none of them are black. And that's something that practically no human can do. Yeah. Same thing with saying in the most general sense, there is no God. Same deal. Like I have no knowledge of all possible gods. I have no knowledge of any, conditions in which God can exist. So I can't really make that claim honestly because I can't falsify that claim.
Yeah, that's why we're with very specific exceptions on specific God claims. We're not hard atheists because we can't say there's no God. It's a black swan.
When you define the God narrow,
that's most why most atheists are atheistic agnostics.
Yeah, or soft atheists. Yeah, how you want to put it. If you define the God narrow enough, like my God is the God Jehovah, who's omnibenevolent, omnipotent, omniscient. Now you're defining a God narrow enough where you can identify a contradiction and say this God doesn't exist because I can identify a contradiction with it existing. But yeah, if you have like something like super general, like black swans, a God in general, those become unfalsifiable and kind of useless claims because it just clouds up the discussion, and that's a burden of proof that I don't think anybody really needs to take on in order to, debate against religious people. You don't need to do that. You can if you want.
Okay.
You got your work cut out for you though if you try to do that.
Yeah, so it's difficult to fight. You really have to just call it out and dismiss it is the only real defense. Unless you do happen to know, like someone says, there are no black swans, and you say, no, I've seen black swans, and then you have to like go to Google to resolve it or something.
Yeah. It's actually kind of harkens to our previous fallacy. Basically saying, like, hey, everybody thinks this, or nobody thinks that. Like you're basically making a claim that you cannot falsify. If I were to say, certain Christians do this a lot. The one that comes to my mind is Joe Ensley, who very much clings to the Bible's claim that there's literally no person in existence that doesn't believe God exists. If you claim to be an atheist, you are really a resistant non-believer. You actually believe, you're just resisting it. And it's like, in order to make that claim, you need to have knowledge of all people's thoughts. In order to prove that claim wrong, you need to also have knowledge of all people's thoughts. So it's like, it's an unfalsifiable claim.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, this is actually fairly common.
What would the statement, "Oh, well, we all know there's a God," what would that fall into as a fallacy? Or would that be a conglomeration of fallacies?
It's kind of a blending, I would say.
Yeah, I don't even know if that would be a fallacy. It's along the lines of common knowledge, but you're literally asserting your opponent's beliefs as well. It's not most people think, it's all people think, including you. And I don't know if that would actually be a fallacy so much as just plain wrong.
I mean, it's common knowledge is there. I mean, saying all people know God exists, it's just common knowledge. All people know God exists. I mean, it falls cleanly under that, I think. But it's also an unfalsifiable claim because
you can just
black
turn that
swan,
around and be like, all people are atheists. Some people just lie to themselves about it.
Some are just fooled into thinking there's a God. Or okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say this is fairly common. Disruptive, I think it can be slapped down super easy. Somebody says no black swans, I'll be like, okay, show me that you've examined all swans, and we'll go ahead and believe that. Sneakiness fairly low.
Yeah.
I mean, when somebody makes a blanket statement like that, it's fairly easy to identify and deal with.
Yeah. Overall, it's pretty weak, I think.
Yeah, I think it's pretty low.
Yeah.
I vote D tier.
Though there is reasoning like this why scientists usually avoid making blanket statements. Like, we'll couch a statement in "no known swan are black."
And
it's people think it's like to give us an out, but it's literally because we can't say for certain, but the evidence doesn't indicate it.
By saying no known swans are black, that statement itself is falsifiable because somebody could say, "Oh, I know a swan that's black. Here it is."
Sorry, like the authors of this study do not know of any black swans or something like that.
Yeah, you can put a condition on it and say, "Hey, we don't know because we just don't know." But by doing that, you're basically no longer making that a concrete statement. You're simply saying that this is the current state of our knowledge, which is, I think, totally fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And that's another way that it's kind of weak because it's really easy to see the dividing line between an honest attempt to make a factual statement and a dishonest attempt to mischaracterize the situation.
Yep. And Richard Taylor brings up Russell's teapot, and that's a classic example. Yeah.
Yes, my favorite teapot.
Yep.
I am not familiar with that.
So Bertrand Russell posited that he commissioned NASA to take a teapot and put it into orbit between Earth and Mars. And you can't prove it's not there.
Yep.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's a teapot out there somewhere.
The statement that there are no teapots in orbit anywhere is an unfalsifiable claim.
At least with our current technology.
Wait, I know there's like a universe simulator game out there. Is that why you can turn the planets into teapots?
It might be.
That's exactly why they have that in there. Yeah, Universe Simulator. It's a great game on Steam.
Yeah, if you ever
Wow.
watch AXP on one of the bookshelves behind the hosts, you'll see a little teapot, and if you ever get a close up of it, it says Russell's teapot on it.
Yep.
Oh, of all the places I expected to find out why there's a teapot, it was not here. Or why there's teapots in that game, it
Oh,
was
your
not here.
Victoria makes an excellent point. Every teapot is in orbit of the sun. I love it.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's also an unfalsifiable claim. Yeah.
No, we can verify that one.
How do you know
Well-
there's not a teapot in some other solar system? How do you know? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'd say there's no falsifiable.
All right, fine. That one's a black swan too.
Yeah. Basically saying all
Also,
swans are white.
Nee said something fun. We're all atheists. Some of us just believe on one less God.
Oh yeah. That's part of the Ricky Gervais conversation with Stephen Colbert.
Yeah, I do like that line of thinking, or at least that like in street epistemology, one thing you do in street epistemology is you establish common ground. You show that, hey, we are more similar than we are different, and that's one way to do that. It's saying, hey, you and I don't believe in Zeus, we don't believe in Thor, we don't believe in the fairy that lives in the tree in the backyard. We are mostly the same. We just simply differ on this one small narrow thing, and that's Yahweh, or in most cases. Yeah, it's good. It's a good tactic to establish rapport and to show that, hey, we are mostly the same. We are not really that different, you and I.
Mm-hmm. I've used that one more than once. I've got a couple of theists who hang out in my chat. One of them is actually in the live chat today, and I know we've discussed it where I've explained that, you don't believe in Odin or Krishna. I don't believe in Yahweh for the same reason you don't believe in Odin, you know?
If you can understand why I don't believe in Loki, then you can understand why I don't believe in Yahweh.
Yep. So as for this specific fallacy, Eric, you voted D. I'm leaning towards D myself. It's
I'd say D as
pretty
well.
blah. Okay, we have a consensus.
And I will be right back. I have to go check something. Feel free to introduce the next one. I have my earbud in.
I see a Star Trek original series graphic.
Yes.
So I'm very interested in this next one. Oh, I know this one's gonna be. This is gonna be an either or fallacy.
That's right.
Yes, I guessed it.
The black and white fallacy, aka false dichotomy. Yeah, it was the first thing that popped into my mind. I'm like, black and yep.
Yeah.
I got to get the Star Trek reference.
Yeah.
So, for anyone who isn't aware, the false dilemma, false dichotomy, black and white fallacy, it's when somebody presents an either or, but those aren't actually the only choices. Pascal's wager plays on this. Like, either you believe in nothing and these are your possible outcomes, or you believe in God and these are your possible outcomes. Never mind that there's a gazillion other gods that would present different outcomes, including the possibility of a god no one's thought of.
Yep.
Who might be big mad that people are making up fake gods when, he's out there being real and whatnot. He just never inspired a book, or who knows.
I had a very, very brief interaction with Jonathan McClatchy on Twitter. He posted a study that here's the thing. I asked him specifically questions to clarify his position, and he was very obtuse with his answers. So I'm kind of sus on his motivation here. But he posted a study that indicated that he was trying to say, hey, if we reduce the probability of evolution, we increase the probability of a creator god. And that's kind of what I inferred out of it. But when I pressed him on it, he didn't really answer those questions, and then the conversation kind of just ended. But that's a big one. It's saying, either we had a natural cause and evolution is the explanation for why life is here, or we have a creator god, and that's the explanation why life is here. It's a false dichotomy.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two non-implausible explanations, but those aren't necessarily the two only explanations. You may have other explanations that could explain this. So creationists, if they want to say, well, I'm going to attack evolution, this is what Jehovah's Witnesses in my door were doing, attack evolution, because they think if they attack evolution and reduce its probability, they are pushing up the probability that a god did it. And it's like, no, that's a false dichotomy. If you reduce the probability of one, you don't necessarily know that those probability points are going into the other one. There may be other explanations that those probability points are going into. So this is a very common one that I think, like I said, I don't know exactly what Jonathan McClatchy was saying. I asked for clarification, which he didn't answer. So I can't say exactly what he was intending there, but I can, you can definitely see how some people can think this because they're so fixated on evolution versus creation that they start to think that those are the only two options, and that's not the case.
Yeah, it is super common, particularly for creationists, because they've bought into the false dichotomy themselves. They really believe that if they can disprove evolution, that automatically means creationism wins. And it's the only way they have to try to prove creationism. It doesn't prove creationism. They can both be wrong, but they've got this false dichotomy in their head.
Yeah. For the record, evolution could be false. Evolution could be false. Abiogenesis could be false, and God could be false. There could be some fourth option that we don't know about. Not saying that's actually the case. It's very unlikely, but it's possible. I mean, why not?
I will agree with the caveat that if evolution is false, then we have a lot more false things to worry about.
Yeah, we have a lot more problems than that. Richard Taylor says, but Lisa, the rainbow giraffe, pooped out the universe. Leaf be upon her, Morin. Is that still creationism? I mean, why even make it a rainbow giraffe? I mean, we can just say Jehovah shit out the universe. I mean, that's still creation, right?
Well,
it's a skeptic thing.
Yeah, the British floating circle. Of course.
Leaf be upon its.
Yeah, it's a specific other atheist channel, and it's a very good one.
Okay.
I enjoy Skeptic's work. He's very funny. But we all know that the universe was created by Nil, who is currently hanging out on Doc Dino's name. Nil, the great not god and creator of creator gods. All the creator gods were created by Nil. And then Lisa the rainbow giraffe devoured the creator gods in order to poop out the universe. But it all got started by Nil.
It makes so much sense.
No.
Because I've got it as the StreamYard logo thing. So it's stuck in that corner position over by your name.
Oh, that's the butterfly. Okay.
Yeah, that's Nil.
Oh, I was not aware. I apologize.
It all makes sense now.
Yeah, that was my. I'm like, we all need something, you know. Like Forrest has Roland the Closet Goblin, Skeptic has Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe. I've got Nil, the great not god and creator of creator gods. It's a bit of a mouthful, but
I need a patron non-god. I should probably look into that.
And
yeah,
just something that would make Matt Powell say you're living in a fantasy.
I mean, you know, none of us have an inflatable banana in our backyard named Dr. Peel, so
True. Man, the fact that he is real.
I know for a while I thought Matt Powell was Kent Hovind's inflatable banana, but whatever.
They've parted ways, right?
Lobotomized Kent Hovind. Jeez.
Yep, they broke up.
That was such a short
Well,
relationship.
They broke up, but they came back together for let's say a night of passion recently, and we looked over it on one of my streams last week.
Oh yeah, they do still talk. They text in the middle of the night sometimes, like exes do.
Fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Matt shows Kent his thing. It's very, very romantic. Oh yeah,
those
also
crazy kids.
On Mark's Ark Evolution or Mark Survival, Ark Survival Evolved server. We have two dung beetles. They are named Kent Hovind and Matt Powell.
Very nice, very nice.
Nice.
We feed them shit and they give us fertilizer.
I wonder if, I don't know, let's start shit talking Kent Hovind. I wonder if Kent sees the sun in Matt that he didn't get out of Eric.
I speculated something
Ooh.
similar. Like he feels
Yeah.
like he needs to keep Matt close because if he doesn't have an heir apparent around, Eric will swoop in and steal this creation ministry from him too.
I mean, Eric has before. Nothing
Mhm.
says he won't do it again.
It's
Yeah,
just,
I love.
you know.
Although Kent did put everything in Eric's control, because at that point in time when Kent was going to jail, he trusted Eric to handle things, and Eric handled things. Just
Sure did.
handled things a little bit too much, and then Eric's like, "Hey, IRS is gonna claim all these things. Let's transfer these over to whatever nonprofit I got running," and then he just didn't transfer it back.
Mm-hmm.
The whole story is
Yep.
fascinating. If anybody in the audience has not gotten caught up on the whole saga between Kent Hovind and his son Eric Hovind, and when Kent went to jail and Eric taking control of the assets, Paula Gia has a episode or two, I think, with Atheist Jr. He has an episode. Paula Gia has an episode with Atheist Jr. and Paula Gia has an episode with a former IRS worker who's now a watchdog on Kent's stuff. Paula Gia has 2 episodes on
Ooh.
that, and it is fascinating the tax evasion shenanigans that has gone on in Kent's area. I recommend
and,
watching it. It's fascinating.
And before Kent tries to divert you to KentHovindinnocent.com or whatever it is,
Yeah.
Him and Aaron Raw did like a debate war back and forth for a couple sessions. And in Aaron's second round, the first video, he brought a lawyer on to explain how much Kent effed up in regards to his finances. And it was just a lovely takedown.
There's a very good reason Kent went to jail for multiple years.
A decade, like a
decade.
full on.
It was like 8 years, or I think it was 8-ish years, almost
he
a
got
decade.
like early release and ended up with 8 years.
Okay, I think he was charged a decade then.
Yeah, but oh my god, what a dumpster fire! Like if you just want to tap into some drama that could have easily been avoided had you just paid your fucking taxes. Yeah, go read up on Kent Hovind. Go watch Paul G videos.
There are multiple reasons why my name is a parody of him.
Yeah, exactly. It is entertaining, and yeah, go watch it. It's great. What were we talking about again? The Star Trek picture, right?
Yep, black and white. Yeah. It's a great example of that concept of what happens when you're all like, oh, well, I don't need to worry about anything because God is in control. And it turns out, whether God's real or not, he expects you to be a responsible fucking adult.
Yeah.
So yeah, this fallacy, it is super common.
Common, yep.
A lot of people buy into it, but it's really obviously a fallacy to someone who hasn't emotionally invested into it, you know?
It's easily defeated too, because all you do is say, no, there's a third option. Here it is. It's like, it's pretty easy to defeat.
This is probably the first fallacy I ever learned how to fight against, long before I knew there was a name for it or even knew the word fallacy. People would present false dilemmas. You have to do this or this, and I'd come up with a third option because that's the kind of child I was. I was like, no, I'm going to do this third thing instead. I was a none of the above kid.
My wife and I, occasionally we talk about the trolley problem, and she'll try to like slip in like a third option. I'm like, no, you can either pull a lever or don't. You can't, do something to derail a train or do anything to disrupt this.
Oh yeah. Actually,
I gotta find video to share now.
This is also a really good. Speaking of trolleys, it's a good way to derail Matt Dillahunty, because if you can get him started on the laws of logic with the A or not A, and excluded middle.
It's the 3 laws of logic, 3 axioms of logic.
Yeah, identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle.
Yep.
Once you get him onto A or not A, now he's trapped in a dichotomy, and then you bring up a false dichotomy, you will see sparks come out of his fucking ears. We had a brief chat when he and Jimmy posted a thing on one of their shows about whether it was possible to be atheist, theist, or other. And Matt was he was like, no, you're either an atheist or a theist. There is no other. Like,
Yeah.
it's A or not A, excluded middle. And the chat was all like, false dichotomy.
I guess it depends on how
Yeah.
you're defining atheist, because a more accurate way to put it would be theist or not theist. Like, it's either or. That's a true dichotomy.
All right.
I think Jimmy
Ember?
actually phrased it that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just sent you a 30-second meme. It does use music in it, so we might have to talk over it. But it's a great example of how to overcome the false dichotomy.
Oh, okay. Oh, I could just leave it muted because it's a YouTube short.
The music really goes good now.
The music slaps. Yeah.
All right, let me
Oh,
check it out.
yeah. It's Freebird.
Oh yeah, that's hella copyrighted though.
Yeah. Maybe just have it really quiet and we can talk over it. But it's a great answer to the trolley problem.
Oh shoot, how do I switch windows when I'm not sharing? All right, I'm gonna have to actually stop sharing and then reshare in order to
Yeah.
switch to the
You
other
can,
thing.
yeah. The
Okay.
streamer you
Carrie
can
Ann, that's a
select the
great
actual
class
tab.
song.
And add to stream. Okay, it's let me scroll down and then scroll back up so it'll restart.
Yep. So, oh no, people on the tracks. Whatever will we do?
Just imagine Freebird is playing.
Yeah.
Oh, is this gonna be? Is this multi-track drifting?
Freebird, yeah.
Wee.
Yeah, solo playing right now.
That's great.
It's going in orbit. Oh, no.
Oh no! Oh God, no!
Doctors hate this weird trick to get rid of medical bills.
Oh, how could you? How could you?
But yeah, there is always a third option.
It's
It might
true.
destroy something, but there's always a third option.
I got one to show you
Unintended
guys
consequences.
Oh no.
Here, I got one here. This won't infringe copyright, Ember.
Okay.
So for those of you who are familiar
Yep.
with the
Yep.
Initial D manga and anime, Initial D is a racing manga and anime, and it's anyway, drifting is a very big part of it. When you have the trolley dilemma, just do multi-track drifting and pick both options.
Which
I
is
didn't know
technically
this
a
was
third
from Initial
option.
D,
Use
but
the
I'm not
third option.
surprised.
Yeah.
Side note, Initial D has some absolutely killer music.
Oh yeah.
Like
Man, Initial D is
dangerous
like
to
20...
listen to while driving music.
Yeah,
Which is perfect.
you'll get pulled over if you listen to Initial D while driving. Just
It-
guaranteed.
It's like Highway Star. It's just not something you should listen to while in motion.
Yeah. Anyway, multi-track drifting. If you have a trolley dilemma, pick both tracks. Why not?
Yep. I mean, instead of none of the above, you can always go with all of the above.
All of the above. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So anyway, yeah, common, yes. Disruptive, no. All you get is present a third option. Sneakiness, yeah. I guess most people can be tricked into thinking that the two options are the only ones.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's persuasive for people whose thinking is already compromised by a similar logical error.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with B. This is above average.
All right.
Hmm.
I'd have to go with the C, honestly.
We
Just
could
'cause-
multi-track drift here and just do B and C. Fully B, fully
Aw,
C.
man.
Just stretch that graphic, cover
It's-
both.
Yeah,
Why pick a
it's
side?
like a Trinity thing.
just
exactly.
break the false
It is
dichotomy.
both. It is
Yeah.
both B and C and both.
Yeah, that's too
Here-
fitting. I think
here,
we should
wait.
do that.
Wait, Ember,
Yep.
is there any way to split that image between multiple layers? So we can have literally half cut into the top or into B and literally half cut into
Oh,
C.
I see what you have in mind. Hold on, I gotta do some keyboard
Or,
shit here.
or maybe just like a copy a layer and crop both of them halfway.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm up to. Is I'm gonna go like this, and bloop.
Oh, we're watching somebody Photoshop.
do a
I
little
can just see the
masking.
watchers just dropping off. It's just like people will flee the stream. Like, oh my
Well,
god, he's doing Photoshop.
This is a good test actually, because
Yeah.
I had thought about doing a I'm gonna Photoshop this picture for I don't know, a thumbnail or something. I hadn't really fully thought out the idea, but it was in my head.
There we
And,
go. We have broken the false dichotomy.
There we
Yeah,
go.
yeah. It's fabulous.
Nice.
Would
Okay.
it surprise you to know I play chaotic neutral characters in D&D?
Nope. So our next critter, the little orphan Oliver, is
Oliver.
he's begging for a question, which is
Oh.
actually a slightly misleading one, because it's a better way to put it might be assuming the conclusion,
Yeah.
because what you're doing
see that.
is you're putting your conclusion in the premise of your argument, and then also in the conclusion. It's well, it's literally circular, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Basically, like it just you're in your standard argument. Hey, I'm formulating an argument where God is the purpose of the conclusion. Like God is the thrust of the conclusion. If God appears as an antecedent in your premises, or as I'm sorry, not an antecedent, as a consequence in your premise, yeah, you're now in a circular argument. You are now begging the question.
Someone had to create the universe, and it was God.
Yeah, well, it's a classic Ray Comfort. Every
Yeah.
building needs a builder. Every painting needs a painter. Therefore, creation needs a
Creator.
You're begging the question, because
Yeah.
you're assuming a creator by using the loaded term creation.
Yeah.
Look at the trees.
Did we make...
Or
is
is
that-
look at the
is that-
trees a different argument?
It is. But now I want to see... Yep, it is in my emojis. Yay.
Well, look at the trees as a non sequitur, and kind of analogy. It's like the argument from analogy, because look at the trees is basically you're jumping to the conclusion that the trees were created because they're complex, and you don't
Yeah.
have the justification to do that. So it's a non sequitur.
Argument from incredulity too.
Also, argument from incredulity. Yep, right there. You're saying I can't imagine how these trees were not designed. Therefore, they are designed.
Yeah, so as you can see, a lot of the creationist arguments are fallacious in multiple ways at the same time. They're talented
Yeah.
that way.
It's multi-layered.
Yes. It is a lengthy list of fallacies. Girthy, if you will.
I want to say that this is extremely common. I think I've seen so many callers into the line and the atheist experience essentially doing this. They're-
It's not even just theists. Like,
Yeah.
people in their everyday lives are constantly assuming their conclusion.
Yeah. Extremely common.
Like
Disruptive?
basically just finding evidence to suit your conclusion, rather than letting the
Well,
evidence.
not even
lead to
that.
your
It's
conclusion.
proposing the conclusion in the premise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like saying only a God can explain this, therefore God.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean it's very, very common. It's disruptive. It's hard to talk a person down from this and explain why they're wrong.
Yeah, so
I would say it is also sneaky. Like you can easily convince somebody with one of these bad arguments if they aren't thinking about it.
Yeah, especially if they're not versed in logical discourse.
Yeah.
Because then you have to take a minute to explain what a fallacy is in order to explain how it's a fallacy.
Yeah. I say all three
Yeah.
categories. This ranks fairly high.
Mm-hmm.
This might be S
Maybe
tier.
an A. I don't know if I'd go for S tier.
Yeah, I can go for A. I can bring it down a notch. Why not?
Yeah, I'm all right with either A or S because honestly, I'm a little biased because Oliver here was one of the first clip art memes I made for my videos, so I'm like,
Nice.
yeah.
So,
Well, hey,
wait,
just for emotional
is the
reasons.
next one
I
the
just went-
ally flag?
Yeah, I just went and automatically put it up there. I'm like, oh, you know what? Screw this.
Hey, you were saying one thing, your heart was telling you something else.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah.
Ember, is the next one the ally flag?
It sure is.
I'm scared.
This is a bulverism. It's well, to do it
I
as
don't
an
think I've heard of
example,
that.
an ally, right? You're defending gay rights. Well, you must be gay then, because only a gay person would defend gay rights, and therefore your argument defending gay rights is invalid because you're biased because you're a gay person,
So
even though
is this,
you're literally not a gay person.
is this like an inverse No True Scotsman? Like you do this, therefore you are this?
It's officially described as the why for what argument. You're substituting a motive for the substance of the argument. You're arguing in favor of gay rights because you yourself are gay, or you're arguing against God because you were never hugged as a child.
Would perhaps, so like harkening back to our conversation on Hitler, when I was saying if Hitler says the sky is blue, rejecting that on the basis that he's Hitler is a genetic fallacy. Could somebody take that and say, Bulverism, say, oh, then that means you agree with Hitler because you agree that the sky is blue, therefore you align with Hitler? Could that be Bulverism? Maybe.
I don't think so. Because it's you have to have that little dash of ad hominem. There's something wrong with you specifically, which is why you're making this bad argument. I'm not going to address the argument, though.
Okay, so it is a type of ad hominem then, because you're not attacking
Sort
the
of.
argument.
It's a way of dismissing the other person's argument, rather than like a traditional ad hominem. You can use it against the argument by getting the person to getting the audience to ignore the fact the person made an argument.
Right.
But you can also use it in a poisoning the well kind of way.
Yeah. According to the wiki, Bulverism is a type of ad hominem rhetorical fallacy that combines circular reasoning and the genetic fallacy, oh my God, it's multi-layered, with presumption or condescension. The Bulverist assumes a speaker's argument is invalid or false, and then explains why the speaker came to make this mistake or to be so silly by attacking the speaker or the speaker's motive. Okay. So you're attacking motive or the speaker's background or the speaker himself because you want to, establish that what the speaker's saying is false.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like
like
an argument for motivation then maybe. Okay.
Yeah, so it's a very hybrid one, but I specifically wanted to include it exactly because of the sample I presented. There's so many allies who get their words are dismissed because people go, "Oh, well, you must be gay."
Okay.
No, they're not. But even if they were, it doesn't matter, Like,
well, that goes back to my previous question. Like, if I were to say I agree with Hitler that when Hitler says the sky is blue and I agree with him, that does not mean I align with Hitler with motivation. It just simply means that I admit that Hitler made a factual statement. Maybe.
I'd call that one more of a false analogy.
All right. I just stopped talking about Hitler anyway, so okay. Drop that.
Yeah, it's Godwin's false analogy.
Yeah. So yeah, you're attacking the speaker or the speaker's motive than the actual point. I guess maybe a good example would be if somebody advocating for clean energy is being attacked because the person's saying, "Oh, you just want to get rid of oil because you just don't like it." It's like the person advocating for clean energy can be making very good points why we should switch over to clean energy.
To me, it'd be more like you're arguing for solar and wind, and I would dismiss your arguments by saying, "Well, you don't really believe in this. You just want to bang a liberal chick. You're trying to impress her."
Okay, all right, I can see that. That's really uncommon. I don't see this very often.
Yeah,
it's not as common as most of the others, but It surprises me how often it does come up.
Yeah. Disruptiveness, sneakiness. I mean, I
Not very sneaky at all,
think it was
but
fairly low. Yeah.
but it can be very disruptive, depending on the audience. I think, like if you're in front of a whole bunch of conservatives, and you get called, you're a closeted gay. It doesn't matter what you say; your argument's done.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh.
I'll put this in D. Uncommon, disruptive, not quite sneaky.
I think I'd be happy with D too.
Yeah, I can get done with that. It's too effective to be an F in my opinion. When it's effective, but it's not that great overall.
Yeah.
I'd say it's hyper situational. Maybe not hyper situational, but very situational.
Yeah, it needs tactical deployment to be effective.
Yeah. Fred and Fly has a good example, I think, in the chat. James Tour is wrong because he is paid by the Discovery Institute. Yeah, that would definitely be fallacious. James Tour is wrong. That's just independently, but
that's one way it can be sneaky is because it's like that actually could be a legitimate criticism. Like he's biased because of where his pay comes from. So because it sounds so close to a legitimate criticism, that could make it really sneaky.
Remember the Carbon 14 Ember with Kurt Wise?
Yeah, that one comes up a lot.
Yeah. Long story short, I do a sort of creationist theater show every week. And we look at a video or documentary or a movie put out by a creationist showing how they don't understand science. And one of them was about this guy named Kurt Wise. Now, he is a PhD carrying geologist. And he talked about using carbon dating on coal deposits. You could not get an associate's degree in geology thinking you could carbon date coal deposits. Like, I just got to say, he has to be lying. And the most likely explanation for why is because he's getting paid by, was it ICR? I think it was one of the organizations.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one.
It may be the case that his motivation is to lie because he's being paid by those people, but you can't establish that he's lying based on the fact he's being paid by those people. You have to establish the lie via other means. It very well may be the case that that's his motivation and that's his goal, but you can't point to that and say that's why he's wrong.
Would it be fallacious to say, I know he is lying and I believe it is because he's getting paid?
Yes, because you should just leave the motive out of it. You should say, I know he's lying, and then present why.
Yeah. Like, if you want to establish that he's lying, you can say, oh, he's lying because I have this email where he's stating something completely different to, let's say, his boss or to an associate, and now he's here saying the exact opposite to convince us of his position. Like that, you can establish a lie that way. You can't point to the fact that he's being paid by somebody or he's associated with some group and say he's lying because he's associated with these people or he's getting paid by these people. It like I said, it very well may be the case that that's true, but you can't use that to establish it. You have to use other means to demonstrate that he's lying.
Yeah, it's a reason to be suspicious, but it's not a reason to reach a conclusion.
Yeah, you can say I suspect he's lying because he's being paid by these people. You can't say he is definitely lying because he's being paid by these people because you can't establish that. It's
but I cannot say he is definitely lying and I think it's because he's being paid. I can't say that.
If you say I definitely think he's lying, you need to show it via some evidence. And then if you can establish that, let's say you got that set aside, you definitely established he's lying, then you can say, and I think it is because of this motive. Yeah. I think at the point where you start talking about motive, you can't establish that at all. Like how do I establish somebody's motive without, reading their mind?
Okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily prove, like, if I'm paid by the cigarette industry to do a study on the safety of cigarettes, and I come back with information saying they're safer than vapes, I could be wrong, but I might be wrong not necessarily because I'm being paid by the cigarette industry.
Yeah.
I might just be wrong because I'm wrong. So that's why Bulverism, the short definition is the why for what. Once you put motive into it, you're no longer talking about the argument. You've gone off into fallacy territory. So just avoid motives unless it's absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I understand.
Unless the conversation's explicitly on motive, then avoid talking about motive because you can't establish somebody's motive.
Okay. Well,
Unless
then
they,
at the
published on Twitter what was supposed to be a private email saying,
Yeah.
I'm going to make a deal with the Russians to steal the election or something.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Well then, okay. I think I understand, but at the risk of being fallacious, he was lying,
Sure.
and
Why
I
not?
will leave it at that and not imply motive.
Yeah. Okay, our next critter is a bandwagon. So this one, most everybody knows. It comes up in sports ball a lot. Basically, you only are making this argument because you want to be with the in-group, the cool kids who all believe this thing. We see it happen a little bit in creationism, where people espouse creationist ideals that they don't actually believe because they want to be with their group. You can also see it in some of the more culty type religions. I've met a number of Mormons who don't believe in Mormonism, but they can't leave the church or they lose their family.
Yeah.
So how does this differ from ad populum?
Because it's not about how popular it is. It could only be 12 people who believe the thing, but you're in that bandwagon with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And ad populum, argument from ad populum is saying, like, for example, most people believe the world is a sphere, therefore the world is a sphere. Like, that's a fallacious line of reasoning. Bandwagon would be, my little group believes that the world is a sphere and I want to impress them, therefore I think the world's a sphere, or the world is a sphere.
Yeah, like I said, you see it a lot in sports ball where
Okay.
people are like, "Oh, the Bears are the greatest." It's like, you
Yeah.
live in Chicago. You're not unbiased. You want to be like with the other people in the sports bar. Yay, Bears or whatever.
Okay.
I can see. I remember some Jehovah's Witnesses doing this, and I think I did this too when I was back in, where there's like an aspect or nuance of doctrine that didn't quite sit right, but you accept it anyway because you can't step out of line with the main group because you'll face consequences if you do that. Like, I think I know somebody who left the Jehovah's Witnesses because they disagreed on their positions on LGBTQ. Like, he has, this person I know has several gay friends, thinks they're great people, nothing wrong with them, but his religion was telling him, hey, those people are immoral, and he couldn't rationalize those two things. He did for a long time until finally he said to himself, I can't accept this anymore, and he broke free. So yeah, basically capitulating to groupthink is essentially what.
So
This is all
if you
about.
identify this fallacy, could you be committing the previous fallacy we talked about?
Not necessarily, because if you're calling out the fallacy of the argument, like, to go back to sports ball again, because it's the most recent example that I've seen. It shows up periodically on lists of funny tweets or texts or whatever, and it was a person who tweeted Buffalo 19-4 or something like that, and then a person responded saying, "You're just a bandwagoner." And then the original poster answered back, "I'm a bandwagon, son. I'm on the team. Now go sit in the corner." So in that context, a bandwagon is a person who is on board because they're doing well. Like, they want to be part of the community. They want to take part of the credit, even though they're not actually doing anything. It's definitely a motive driven fallacy, but you're not addressing the motive per se. You're addressing that they're making a mistake in their reasoning,
Well,
even though
aren't
there's a motive attached to that particular mistake.
when claiming this fallacy, aren't you making the claim that their motive is to be with the in crowd?
Sort of.
Like this, like the, let's just say the baseball player said, the baseball player said his team was doing good, but he only said that because all his teammates, or because he was on the team. Well, Kurt Wise makes geology mistakes, but that's just because he's with, I think, AIG, and all of the creationists in AIG are promoting creationism.
I think
Keep in mind, my
they're-
brain is starting to slow down right now, so I could just be entirely inaccurate.
Yeah, I feel you there. Like, I feel like I should be able to show the dividing line between these two really easily, and yet it's just not happening for me. It'd be like, let me rephrase, right? So you want to be politically active. You want to start running around in your community, being known. Maybe you want to run for office someday, but you're not there yet. Whatever. So you got to pick a team, and so you decide that there's more Republicans in your town than there are Democrats. So you're going to be a Republican because you want to get elected someday. And then somebody says, "Okay, you're not really, you don't believe all this bullshit with stolen elections and QAnon and all that crap. You're just with that group because it suits your interests." That's bandwagoning also. Like, you're making a mistake, you're making a dishonest move, you're doing something that's logically incoherent, inconsistent, or objectively wrong because of the motive of the group you want to be affiliated with. So there is that motive factor, but you're not pointing at the motive, you're pointing at the logical error.
But you are.
You can't
So it's more
ignore the
pointing out that
motive.
it's more pointing out that they're making an error more than what their motive is, maybe.
Yeah. It's like when you point out a bulverism, right? Somebody says you're arguing for gay rights, you must be gay. You point that out. You say you're only making that argument because you want to be in the anti-hate group. Let's, you can accuse them of bandwagoning. It's I don't know why this is so hard to make clear.
This whole thing's a good lesson in, like, we've identified logical, like, we as humanity have identified logical fallacies. We can talk about them, we can identify them, we can describe them, but it is still a really hard thing to get our brains wrapped around, because some of these are very subtle flaws in thinking, or
Oh, yeah.
they differ from each other in a very subtle way, where it's
Yeah.
really hard to differentiate between the two.
I think Nia is a better example. The bandwagon effect. It's related directly to the fallacy, but it's an effect that we see in large groups rather than a specific interlocutor. It's why we should not use first past the post or releasing election results until all polls are closed. Like, if you see,
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton is pulling ahead in the popular vote, maybe you'll vote for Hillary so that you can be on the winning team, or vice versa.
In the tech field, we call this groupthink. So, like, let's say we have a bunch of tech people sitting around in a conference talking about, okay, what course of action should we take? Let's say somebody speaks up and says, I think we should do this. They're very passionate about it, and they make a couple good points that can, like, get everybody on board with that. And the more people that get on board with it, the more likely is the next person on the table needing to voice their opinion will agree with them, because they're like, hey, I don't want to go against everybody in this group here, because I respect these people. I want to, maintain their approval, and I want to, be a team player. Group think's a very real thing in the tech field because it can influence your thinking. You can say, hey, well, I'm just going to go along with what these people are saying because I trust them, and not really think about it. So yeah, I mean, this is very much a thing that can happen. And I think this is probably one of the biggest things that kind of go along with why certain cults are so effective at keeping people in their ranks, is because once you have a group of people together all agree on something and you're in that group, it's much harder for you to disagree with that group because you're going against the grain. You're going against, the consensus of everyone around you.
Yeah, I might just have tired brain, but like I just cannot wrap my head around this one. I'm sorry.
The fact that you're not just going along and agreeing with us because we're both saying this is a good indication that you're very resilient against this type of fallacy. Imagine.
No, I think I'm just tired, and I'm stupid when I'm tired.
Yeah. Imagine there's 100 of us here. There's 100 of me's and Embers here. We're all telling the same thing. Like, can you imagine the pressure you might feel to just simply say, hey, I'm going to agree because I have 100 Eric and Embers here all telling me this.
Yeah, that's another good one because it comes up in jury type situations.
Maybe it could be better described as peer pressure, agreement due to peer pressure. You can kind of figure it that way.
Yeah, like you don't really believe the person is guilty, but the other 11 jurors are like, he's obviously guilty. Just freaking vote for it.
That's a great analogy.
I don't know. I think I'm just gonna have to abstain from this one.
That's actually a really good analogy there.
Come on, get on board.
Yeah. Come on, Dino. Agree with us. Join the bandwagon. 12 Angry Men.
I submit a Jurassic Park meme in protest.
That classic movie 12 Angry Men, the original black and white one. That's a prime example of one juror holding it out against the bandwagon peer pressure. Because context of the film, 12 jurors, they just listened to testimony and evidence against a kid who supposedly murdered somebody. 11 of the 12 jurors are all like, yes, guilty. The evidence is there. Put this kid away into jail. And there's one guy who's like, well, wait a minute. This evidence had some holes in it. Or wait a minute, we got to analyze his motive and what actually happened here. And the whole movie is the 11 jurors trying to pressure the one juror into agreement with them because they can't convict unless they have all 12 in alignment on whether they should convict or not. And it's a super old movie, like 60, 70 years old now. So plot twist.
I have heard it's excellent, though.
It is an excellent movie.
Maybe don't give away the plot twist.
I thought they remade it recently.
I think they made a remake, and then it wasn't all that as good as the original. Okay, I'll abstain from spoiling. Dino, I do recommend watching it. It's a great movie, but you might get an idea.
I do want to watch it someday.
Okay, you probably get an idea of bandwagon think when it comes to this movie, but yeah, I won't spoil it for you.
Okay.
Have we ranked this yet?
Nope.
Right, nope. So, you two can rank it. I am stepping away for now.
Well, me and Ember are going to say, well, we should rank, and then you should say, well, I'm going to go with what you guys say, and then boom, example complete.
Yeah. So obviously this one's not super sneaky unless you do it to yourself accidentally.
Yeah.
But yeah, you pretty much have to be pressured into it, and there's no subtlety involved when that happens.
Very common in cults. I know this because I was in one. Yeah, I would say B tier on this one.
Yeah, pretty common, hard to fight back against, but really obvious when it's used.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I say B. Ember says B. Dino, you now have to say B because we say B. And then the fallacies.
I think that was an in-Bree-ish.
I like how Dino has resisted every opportunity we have to peer pressure him into it. That is a testament to your character, Dino. So good job.
the Dino's just not having it.
Man, thanks for the compliment, but I'm really just when I get tired, my brain function just drops.
It's still a good testament to your character because you're like, I'm not going to just default to something because I'm tired or because I just don't want to think about it. You just abstain, and that's the correct thing to do. When you're like, I'm tired of thinking about this, you don't have to reach a conclusion. Just put it down and come back to it later. No, I think it's good. Yeah.
All right, our next critter is the one that's been most requested so far, ad hominem. So this one,
Ooh.
it's actually super simple. We've already referenced it several times tonight.
Yep.
It means to the person. That's literally what ad hominem means. It's when you attack the person instead of their argument. Like, you have an opinion about the dinosaur of your choice, and the person might say, "Well, what could you possibly know about this? You're insert excuse here. You're an American or whatever, you know? It doesn't matter because it's irrelevant, but it's bringing up something about you to invalidate the fact that whatever your argument is,
Yeah.
dodging the argument completely.
Yeah. It's essentially, ad hominem is probably the most intellectually bankrupt of any objection you can possibly make, because it is at its core a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with the conversation. It's poisoning the well. It's all kinds of things. And
Yeah.
just
Like
irrelevant to the
ad
conversation.
An ad hominem is you're wrong because you're an idiot.
Yeah.
The non-ad
could be
hominem
one.
version is you're wrong and you're also an idiot.
Yes.
Yes, that's a much better way to put it.
Yeah.
Because that way the wrongness isn't tethered to whatever trait it is you don't like. Like Icarus says, you're wrong because you don't even have a degree. I literally face that one every fucking day in high school.
Yeah. Let's bring back Hitler. Hitler saying the sky is blue, and me saying, no, Hitler, the sky's not blue because you killed a lot of, people in the Holocaust.
You failed
Yeah.
art. How do you know?
Yeah, you failed art. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are true statements, but it doesn't follow that the statement he's making that the sky is blue follows from, anything having to do with his background. Like, those are two independent things from each other. So attacking a person because of some characteristic, some aspect, some part of their history, and saying that they are wrong because of this completely unrelated thing that's personally related to them is fallacious. Even though, like, every statement could be true. Hitler killed a lot of people. Hitler's a monster. Yes. But if Hitler says the sky is blue despite all those other things. So it's like, it's like I said, it's non sequitur, it's dishonest, it is the most intellectually bankrupt of them all. It's extremely common. And ironically,
and effective, because when the audience hears a reason not to trust you, it doesn't matter how logical your arguments are, they're not going to believe you. This is why none of us are immune. Like, no shade on Aaron. I really, really like the dude, and he's got a hell of a brain. But even he does this. Whenever he engages with Kent Hovind and calls him by his prisoner number, it's an ad hominem. It's reminding people that he had to go to jail.
I mean, in fairness to Aaron, in his work, he's built the case for why Kent is a piece of trash who doesn't understand anything or willingly misrepresents it.
Oh, he
And then
absolutely
he
is a
calls him
piece
the
of
prisoner.
trash, and he doesn't understand what he's talking about. But it's not that he doesn't understand because he's a piece of trash, it's because he's wrong.
Yeah. But I'm just saying Aaron built to referring to him by his prisoner number. He didn't start out as that. He started, at least in his YouTube stuff, by addressing the actual arguments.
Sure, but when like that debate that got referenced earlier, I think it was on MDD, Kent versus Aaron, when he calls him by his prisoner number, it's not addressing his point. It's an ad hominem because it's diminishing Kent's character, and Kent does not need any help with that.
It'd be kind of like,
Okay, actually, sorry, I remember the history of that whole interaction. So they first interacted on the Non Sequitur show in a discussion, quote unquote, and then Kent challenged him to a sort of formal back and forth video debate. Aaron made his first video. Kent made a few in response, and Kent kept calling Aaron Nelson. So Aaron's, well, he called him something Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, yeah.
Harry Nelson, something like that. And just because Kent wouldn't give him the basic respect of referring to him by his name, Aaron called him by his prisoner number because Kent insisted on using out-of-date ways to refer to somebody.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons that stooping to your enemy's level is not a great move, because when Kent did it, it was just emotional and childish, and everybody could see right through it. But when Aaron did it in return, because the way he did it diminished Kent's arguments, or avoided Kent's arguments, in fact, to try to discredit Kent, because it wasn't just an alternative name, it was a no one should believe you because you're a convicted fraud, you know?
Mm,
I get it
I,
why he went there, but it's still a fallacy.
I'm not sure
Yes.
I agree.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. And sometimes teachers. I had a lot of teachers. So I was that annoying kid who corrected the textbook from time to time. We had
Oh
some pretty
yeah.
out-of-date textbooks, and I got that, oh, well, I went to college and you're just a little kid, and yeah, that's ad hominem. You're just a little kid. That doesn't mean I'm
I
wrong.
I would.
And
I
then,
I always hated teachers like that. Like, encourage your students' curiosity, please.
yeah, it drove me crazy. I mean, I thought for a while I was going to get "What do you know? You're just a kid" tattooed on my forehead as soon as I turned 18. But then I joined the Navy instead. Nee, you were correct. Every video is someone's first video. That's why we have to do that whole pitch spiel about Patreon and membership and subscribe and shit every time. But we also
Yeah.
have to explain some key some key, what's the word? Not arguments. Elements? I don't know. The noun is
Oh,
gone. Forget about it. If it comes back later, I'll tell you.
I'm not privy to this interaction between Aaron and Ken Hovid, but if Aaron had said this statement Kent is making is false because he is prisoner number yada yada yada, that would definitely be an ad hominem fallacy.
it would, but I do not believe that is what Aaron did.
I don't think it was. Yeah, I think it was more of a retaliation for Kent using, from what I just heard you describe, is more like retaliation, like tit for tat for
Yeah.
Kent disrespecting Aaron. It's maybe approaching poisoning the well because you're like bringing up, hey, this guy's a felon, when it really has nothing to do with this conversation.
Well,
Um,
I think Kent brought it up. Like he was doing a lot of like, oh, I'm innocent and
Oh, okay, well,
and like
yeah.
I'm pretty sure he brought it up in his videos. So Aaron decided, you know what? Here's something I can prove you demonstrably wrong on.
Yeah.
Just an easy point before I get to the rest.
Yeah. I think another example might be like, this statement that Richard Dawkins made is false because Richard Dawkins has said, disparaging things, or he wasn't supportive of the LGBTQ community.
Mm-hmm.
Like essentially latching onto a characteristic of the speaker, like taking the speaker's claim, latching on to some unrelated characteristic of the speaker and trying to use those to negate each other, like, or rather using the characteristic to negate the statement. It doesn't follow. It's a distraction. It's probably a pretty big distraction. Like,
And on the Dawkins
Yeah.
note, like, I know he said some unfavorable things towards the LGBTQ community, but the man does have decades of really, really good science work and science communication.
Yep.
Mhm.
And I don't agree with people just tossing him out because of a wrong opinion he has when he has done so much good. I
And
believe
in
he
a
should
way,
be
that's
corrected.
kind of a demonstration of bandwagon and a few other things. Like, we're assuming he's wrong because we have our own pre-conclusions about the matter.
Yeah.
And while many of us have thought long and hard and sorted through the data and tried to figure this stuff out, that doesn't mean we're automatically correct. And that's literally this man's area of expertise. Now, I am literally the person he was talking about in those remarks, so I do not stand by him whatsoever. But from a purely logical standpoint, it's not correct of us to simply dismiss him and what he said in his area of expertise because we don't agree with it on principle, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, he is an expert on evolutionary biology and anatomy, and a couple of years ago he came out with an utterly fantastic documentary on the life of Darwin. Like, he's done a lot of good. He just has a shite opinion that a lot of people tossed him away for, and I just
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
I think the crux of this fallacy is people's inability to divorce or separate in their minds the statement being made and the person making the statement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
art from the artist.
Yeah, those two things are very different. And unless the statement is related to the nature of the person making the statement, you shouldn't you shouldn't try to mix those two and try to get them involved with each other.
Yeah.
Richard Dawkins is one of them. I can think of other people, certain YouTube content creators that are like, I don't agree with many statements this person makes, but that doesn't stop me from accepting other statements they make or other things that they do, because I can identify that, hey, these things are not related. They shouldn't commingle, and I can separate the two in my brain. I can say, hey, I disagree with this person on this, say political stance, but I agree with this particular statement they make.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
can be guilty of this one too. Like,
Yeah, we all are. Yeah.
Sabine Hassenfodder, I think I pronounced that somewhere close to right. The first I ever heard of her was when she did that episode about how trans people don't exist or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was big mad. I was like, you're supposed to be a physicist, stay in your lane. So I don't need her as a source for science because there is Dr. Becky and all the others. There's so many science communicators running around, particularly dealing with
The
James Webb and whatnot.
aforementioned Forrest Valkai.
Yeah, yeah. He's in a different branch of science, but yeah. So I've never looked at another one of her videos. I'm like, I don't want to hear from her because I don't like her. It doesn't mean she's wrong about other things,
Yeah.
but Kim Stanley Robinson in the Red Mars. Here I go with the books again. It's a principle of psychology, at least as it stood in the 90s, that people will listen to two people arguing and they will make up their mind based on, they'll listen to argument X, they'll listen to argument Y, and then they'll decide who is right based on how they feel about the arguers. And the other character in the scene, in the book, Kim Stanley Robinson's book, said, I don't know if that's really true for everyone. Like, that seems like, a composition kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we don't know if it's true for everybody. And the character presenting it said, since I like you, I'll concede the point.
It's kind of a reverse ad hominem.
But like even in science, like you brought up politics. Back in I think it was the 80s or the 90s, American scientists got access to Russian-controlled Mongolia for the first time to search for fossils. And despite their political differences with the local scientists, they still worked with them to make discoveries. In science, it's pretty common for you to have to put your personal politics aside to achieve advancement.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
you see it in medicine too. Like, I don't know how many medical shows have done something like a black doctor will wind up having to treat a neo-Nazi who's got like a swastika tattoo on his forehead or something. And like sometimes your principles require you to put aside your own personhood and do what you're required to do,
Yeah. And like maybe it's just my inner scientist being trained to avoid avoid bias. Like, that's why I have this view, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, it's also a common trait with scientists to say, science is way more important than politics. Politics only ever gets in the way. Like Eddington's 1917 test of the solar eclipse for Einstein's relativity, it had to be 1917 didn't work out because of World War One, so they had to try again in 1919. There was a 2-year delay confirming relativity because of the stupid war, because of stupid politics.
Yeah. I don't care who's president as long as they fund me.
But that can bite you in the ass sometimes too.
Yeah, we do sometimes get kind of laser focused in.
Mm-hmm. So I see why that is, but it can also be a disadvantage.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as ad hominem, very common. It can be fought back against, but it depends on how receptive the person you're engaging with or the audience is to that, because people who don't realize that's a fallacy, they think it's a legitimate thing to say, oh, well, you're sympathizing with a Nazi. You're obviously wrong, you know?
Yeah. Imagine somebody using that on you in a conversation or an argument, and then you're like, now I have to defend myself and explain why that characteristic of me, whether it's true or not, has anything to do with my argument. And it's like a quagmire. Like it's like it slows down and muddies up the conversation fairly quickly. So I would say it's very disruptive.
Mm-hmm. Very sneaky, or not sneaky at all, but very effective.
Yeah, it is
when it
disruptive
works.
and common, low sneakiness. I'm going to say A. Yeah.
Man, as a fallacy to use in a debate, I would probably fall in A too, but I want to put it in D just because I despise it so goddamn much.
It is the worst. It is intellectually bankrupt.
I feel you there. It's absolutely terrible, but it's also absolutely effective. Because even in a debate, like, you can dismiss it more readily if you're you're in a situation where everybody's familiar with at least the basic fallacies. You can just call it out. Yeah. But it's still going to do damage even when you dismiss it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, my favorite response to it is, okay, cool deflection. What, can you address my argument now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool distraction, bro.
And
Just
it's probably the
ignore
best
it.
way to do it, and be like, yeah, it has nothing to do with anything. All right, so we're all good with A.
Yeah. I'm actually really disappointed Dino agreed with me there, because I was expecting Dino to disagree with me there. And then I could say, well, we don't have to listen to you because you're just a dino. You're just a dinosaur. Why do we care about your opinions?
You're kind of extinct.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm
Thus exemplifying the ad hominem
Yeah.
fallacy.
at the. Wait, it would. Shit, what do you humans classify dino?
Oh, he's not a human. He just admitted it.
Oh, we
I
know
knew
he's
Adromiosaurus.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because it's not
Adromiosaurus.
Yeah. Oh, John Rant makes another good point. It's also the most falsely claimed fallacy.
Yes.
Especially by Witsit.
I was actually going to state that at the beginning, but I think I got somebody else started talking. Yeah, it is definitely the most misattributed fallacy. Because if you bring up, say, like, let's say somebody's making a specific claim about science, you can say, well, you are going against common, or rather, take that back.
The consensus.
The consensus, yeah, like Jehovah's Witnesses I've been talking to, they're sitting there telling me, yeah, Matthew wrote Matthew, John wrote John, and I'm like, you're going against the consensus of modern day scholars. That's not me making an attack on the person's credentials. That's me saying that, hey, you are disagreeing with subject matter experts in this field. So that's why I'm not accepting your claim, because you're going against the grain or the consensus on this without any justification. Like, some people can look at that and say, oh, you're just attacking me as an ad hominem. I don't have credentials. But it's like, if you're making a statement that goes against credentialed people, then that comes into play. That becomes kind of fair game.
Yeah, you're not wrong because you're an idiot. You're wrong and you're an idiot.
And you're an idiot, yeah.
Yeah. It's very much like Michael Behe. Actual scientist, still really wrong.
Yeah.
The credentials don't always matter. Okay, our final contender for this evening is whataboutism. This particular image is you can't really see the sides of it, but it's emails popping out of the computers. Because
Nice.
the most famous example is, what about her emails?
So yeah, this kind of gets me.
And
I
someone think of the children. That's another super oh my god, I could, if I had a nickel for every time that's come up in the last couple of months.
Whataboutism gets under my skin so much because
Mm-hmm.
it is the ultimate distraction. It's saying, hey, I don't want to talk about so and so doing something because somebody else did something else, and it's like no, we need to focus a conversation on a
Mhm.
topic and a target, and bringing in other people, other situations, somehow trying to, like, like, let's say for instance I say, oh, Trump's guilty of, I believe Trump is guilty of hoarding classified documents and showing them to people who are not cleared for this. And then somebody comes by and says, oh, but Joe Biden and his son did these bribes back, years ago. Both might be true. Let's just say in our world, both are true. Trump has shown documents people who don't authorize to see it, and Biden and his son have taken bribes years ago. Those are unrelated. We can talk about Trump doing illegal shit independent of Joe Biden and his son doing illegal shit. You don't have to bring the one into the other. By doing so, you're just muddying the waters. You're expanding the scope of the conversation, expanding the focus, or rather unfocusing the conversation into this nebulous, like, we can talk about anything now, and it completely derails discussion, and it completely impedes us in getting anywhere in discovering facts about certain things. It just slows us down, and I hate it so much. It is probably one of the things that gets under my skin the most. And rant over, I'm sorry.
I
But
mean, like,
it
No,
gets under
no.
my skin so bad. Yeah.
like an easy example of this fallacy is just like let's say you're in a human origins debate, and you say, well, we have evidence that humans evolved from apes in Africa. Uh, and the person you're debating says, well, some of those anthropologists thought black people were a lesser species of human.
Yeah. It's like, what is
And then, of
that?
course, you can just shoot back, well, yeah, and most of those anthropologists were Christian, your point. But
Yeah.
that's just doing it right back. But still,
It can
it's
just spiral. It can just spiral into oblivion, and just now you're talking about literally everything. Anything goes.
it's worthless.
Anything becomes a counterpoint. It completely just
It's just
derails any productive
worthless.
conversation.
Yeah, Iseni points out, it's a flavor of red herring.
Yeah.
It's a specific kind of red herring.
Yeah, it's a subset of red herring. It's a great point. Yeah, and it infuriates me because I have dealt with this on more than one occasion with people that I know personally, and it's very frustrating to deal with. It's like, whataboutism? Like, focus the conversation. We can talk about, Biden and his son in some other conversation, but right now let's talk about Trump and these documents. Like, we can separate these conversations, and all that.
Yeah, we see it a lot in personal lives, like relationship arguments. It happens a lot.
Yeah.
Like you start to talk about,
Well, you
some,
don't do the dishes. Well, you don't do the laundry on time. Yeah,
yeah, these can be separate issues. They need to be separate issues,
They
because you
they can
can't
both
solve them
be
both together.
they can both be valid points and conversations to be had, but using one issue to counterpoint another issue, it tends to not really get you very far, and it just frustrates everybody.
And
So commonality, I think this is straight to the top. I think we see this on Fox News. We see this on call-in shows like The Line, The Atheist Experience. I have experiences in my personal life. It is common AF. So it is up there.
Yeah, it shows up in my comments. Oh,
I would say it's also disruptive too, because it's you have to slap it down.
yeah, and sometimes you have to go so far as to explain why they're unrelated topics.
Yeah. So I think that's up there. Sneakiness. I mean, It's
Middle.
obvious when it happens. It's very hard to smuggle into a
Not
conversation.
necessarily, because people just kind of do it. Like the example about, the laundry and the dishes or whatever. Like people just kind of drop it in there. And then most people, unless you're on the lookout for a whataboutism, they kind of get carried by it. They start defending the other thing, and then you end up with this big Gordian knot of problems, and you're like, how the fuck did we get here?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the reason why it really sucks in a debate is you can't just go, well, you didn't do the dishes. Well, you didn't vacuum the rug. And you can't just end it with bedroom now. That's why it really sucks.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Or it doesn't suck.
That hasn't been my experience. It's one of the reasons why I'm no longer with the kid's mom.
Aw.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was a while ago, but it's just one of many, many reasons.
Okay,
But
so
yeah.
you guys are arguing that sneakiness is pretty high, so it's
Um,
high on all counts.
Depends on how you use it. I would probably go on the lower end of
For
sneakiness.
sneakiness? Okay. I'm gonna say B.
I think with greater public awareness, like a whataboutism is easier to spot than a traditional red herring. Now that people are aware that's a thing. Like, in fact, I've seen people use when somebody tries to introduce a whataboutism, instead of saying whataboutism, they'll go, but her emails, to
Yeah,
point
but
out
her-
that
yes.
that's what's happening.
That's a classic one now.
Yeah.
But her email server. It's like, yeah. She may have missed all the emails. That could be a true thing. It has nothing to do with Trump's many crimes of doing other things. Yeah. I don't know. It's the last thing on the list. I say B or C. I'm good with either.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards B because it can be explosive, but I think more people are aware of it and able to defend against it than a regular red herring. Not that necessarily calling it out actually changes anything, because it does come up in politics. And Iseni points out it's like all of politics these days. Instead of the traditional politician, the formal statesperson was adept at that kind of political speech where you go on and on and on and don't actually say anything of substance. But the modern statesperson is a much lower standard. They don't have that ability to speak with no substance. Instead, they use whataboutisms to get off of any uncomfortable point immediately.
It's whataboutism is also like that's definitely a tactic, like using whataboutism to divert from something you don't want to talk about. But I think whataboutism is also kind of like fake intellectualism, like instead of talking about something, you say, "Oh, I'm just going to bring up a bunch of multiple examples of something that's kind of tangentially related to this, as if I'm knowledgeable on the subject." But you're not really demonstrating knowledge; you're just demonstrating knowledge of other occurrences of things happening or other occurrences of, like, it's kind of a weird substitute for knowledge in a subject when you just bring up multiple examples of things kind of related to it. It's kind of like an awkward thing to deal with, because you're like, well, I want to talk to you about this, but you're wanting to talk about something else as if it's related to this, and it has like a weird feeling all around.
Yeah. Although you can leverage it to your advantage. Like another example that popped into my head is when you want to try to discuss LGBT equality, and somebody will inevitably bring up Drag Show Story Hour and say, we need to think of the children. You can leverage that and say, yes, we should think of the children, which is why underage pageants and, 8-year-olds getting cosmetic surgery should probably be looked at, don't you think? But no, we're not talking about that. We want to focus on this other thing that isn't actually an issue. So you can redirect whataboutism sometimes you'll still not be on the topic you meant to talk about, but you can ping important topics. Like that interview Jon Stewart did with that Oklahoma representative guy when, he kind of used the guy's attempts to whataboutism to drag him into a gun control talk.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing that. It's actually a pretty popular short on YouTube right now, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it more than once.
It's kind of masterful how he just lets the politician redirect and then reveals that he laid a trap.
Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, it's very cool. But yeah, as for this particular argument, I think probably B, because it's dangerous, but it's not insurmountable, and it's really hard to hide if you're savvy to it.
Yeah. I'm fine with B because then we have a nice clean standard distribution.
Well,
Yeah.
so I have a proposal. So I feel like this can either be an excellent argument if your opponent is easily derailed, or a terrible one if they aren't. So we could split it in half and have half be an S and half be an F. And it would average out to like a B or C.
It would average out to C, yeah. In which case, I would suggest that Ember just simply stretch it vertically to span all rows. And
That actually would be
there you go.
the easiest thing to do.
Perfect. It's like
That is one sexy bell curve.
It's like, yeah.
You've never seen a bell curve like this.
It's like the capstone on a pyramid. It's great.
Oh man, just saying bell curve makes me excited to read Jurassic Park again. Like,
Hell yeah.
you'd never expect it, but one of the most tense scenes in the book revolves around a bell curve.
Nice. I think I read Jurassic Park a long time ago, like when the movie came out. Was that like 95? Oh god, I'm
93.
Old. Oh god, I'm old.
I've been a fan of it my entire life, and I first read the book in like 2010 or something, but I forgot how good Crichton's writing is.
Yeah, Crichton's good. It's really, really good.
All right. So I'm going to save this because a lot of people have mentioned their favorite fallacies didn't get brought up. Like I said at the beginning, this is only 20 of some of the most common ones. There are so many that aren't even discussed. So if we ever decide to do a part 2, I'm saving this so we can build onto it.
Yeah, just stack it on top of that.
Yeah.
I like it.
But I'll post this image in the community tab of the YouTube page. And we're gonna go into wrap up mode here. But first, Doggo.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I'll go track them down. I'll be right back. I'll even Beamsy. I'll track both of them down. I'll bring you 2 corgis here in a second.
Ooh.
That's what those thingies are there for. So yeah. Yeah.
So you want to just like hang around and stuff for a little bit on the stream, or what you think?
Did Bree say that she wanted to be on the stream or after the stream?
She just asked for a link when we were wrapping up if we were hanging out. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I got the impression from the tone about hanging out that it was like an after the stream's over kind of thing. But if she's got some thoughts that she wants to put in, then yeah, we can see.
Up to her. She's got the link.
All right. Here's the first one.
Oh, we have a good.
Hold on. I have to.
Yeah.
Bigify.
This is Sophie. She's 2.5 years old. She's kind of a runt. She's very tiny. Like, she's fully grown, but she's very tiny. Hi, Sophie.
Oh,
Hi.
She reminds me of some rat terriers my grandparents had. Just the color pattern.
She loves chasing squirrels, and like, I'm kind of afraid she's going to catch one day in the yard because I don't know what's going to happen when she does it. She's already disturbed. Like, I have a few acres of land, so like in the spring, like right now, when the rabbits are making like little burrows and putting their litters inside, she's sniffing them out and like disturbing them, and it's really bad. She's already killed a few baby bunnies, just not knowing. But yeah, this is Sophie. Hey, Sophie. She doesn't like heights, so she's very worried right now.
She looks confused.
Yes. Okay, and then I'll get the other one right here. And this one is Howl. He just turned 5. He's much larger than Sophie. He's like 35 pounds, while she's like 20. He also doesn't like heights. You can see her. You can see how he's reacting. What's up, man? Yeah.
Oh no, he's tired.
Yeah. This guy's my bro. Like wherever I go, he's there. If I lay down for a nap, he's right there next to me. He's like my partner in crime. He's pretty awesome. What's up, man? He doesn't like heights, so I'm putting him down.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Anyway, all right. I've fulfilled my corgi promise to the audience. Thank you for sticking around.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Beamsy is actually even still around, but he can check the stream back later.
I'm sure you can rewatch it.
Yeah.
I've fulfilled my promise regardless, whether he's here or not.
That's true. All right, let's go back to. There we go. Now we're all on the screen again. Yeah. All right. So I feel pretty good about the tier list the monstrosity we built, House of Cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was
I don't know, Aunt Jer. I've had a lot of dogs that yawn from sleepiness too.
Yeah.
Like it can be both.
my dogs kind of yawn from like distress. Like they don't like heights. So I'm holding them up like this. They're like, oh my God, what do I do? Because I'm almost never holding them like that. So I think it's kind of a reaction to distress, maybe.
I don't know. It depends on the dog, because I've had a lot of dogs where, yeah, they just yawn like crazy when they're ready to sleep.
Yeah. They sleep quite a lot. I don't know where the cat's at. I would have shown you the cat, but she's kind of hiding. I don't want to go hunting for her.
Yeah, cats can be a little tricky to track down.
Yeah.
Especially when they're actually wanted.
Yeah.
They come and they go as they please. And
they're like organic slinkies. They can kind of just go in and hide anywhere. Like, oh, behind the dishwasher, behind the washer and dryer. Okay. I can't find you.
Well, they're liquid.
Yeah. They're essentially liquid. Liquid hates.
No.
So much evil.
My cat's pretty evil. Yeah.
All right. So, as I mentioned at the beginning, but it bears repeating, I'm too tiny to do that. Okay, here we go. Both of these guys' channels are linked in the description. Eric is at
yes, I'm Eric.
Skeptics and Scoundrels. It's just Skeptics and Scoundrels with a little @ symbol in front of it. Yep. Dr. Dino, same thing, exactly like it's spelled, no spaces and an @ symbol in front of it, but they are in the description, so that makes life easier. Eric, you mentioned that you're working on a video. It won't be ready quickly, but it will be ready soonish.
I've been doing a lot of live streams and not a lot of pre-made content, so I'm trying to get back on track on live content or pre-made content. My current video that I'm working on is on falsification. It's the next installment in my Things I Wish I Knew When I Deconverted series, which I'm kind of approaching it as like a deconversion 101. Like, here's the things that your religion never taught you. Like, my first episode was deconversion and deconstruction. My religion never taught me what those things are. So hopefully I'm here to teach you what those things are if you're deconverting. Anyway, my next episode is on falsification, talking about the black swan fallacy, why falsification is important when somebody makes a claim. And yeah, I'm working on that right now, and I'm not sure if I can get it out in the next week or so until I go out of town, but it'll come out soon. Yeah, stay tuned for it.
All right.
Eric is the skeptic, and these are his scoundrels. Yeah, sure, why not?
I've been called worse.
For the record, too, like when I made my channel Skeptics and Scoundrels, I'm never ever going to explicitly state who's the scoundrel, because some people like, oh, you're the skeptic and the Christians are the scoundrels. It's like, I'm not saying that. And other people can say, oh, you're the skeptic and the scoundrel, and I'm like, I'm not saying that. So yeah, I keep it ambiguous. So keep guessing.
Yeah, it's like a Seth Andrews kind of thing. Like Seth is always like, I'm not the thinking atheist. It's a concept.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And how about you, Doc Dino? You mentioned a couple of the things, but do you want to give a rundown of what you've got coming up in the week ahead or what have you?
Well, I might actually have a busy week for once after taking it slow the last couple. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to go ahead and read a bit more Jurassic Park. Probably schedule that for around noon Central Time. I'm actually uploading or getting the stream ready now for that.
Cool.
After that, probably work on a new short that I'll hopefully have out for the end of the weekend, as well as a video on Spinosaurus. So if y'all like dinosaurs, it's going to be a pretty dino-heavy week for me.
I think that kind of goes without saying, considering your theme.
Yeah. Dino
It's,
I mean,
it's,
yeah.
it's what you
Yeah.
do.
It is what I do.
Yeah. And then as for me, I've got Gary Habermas on a regular video on Saturday. He's going to be talking about facts about the resurrection, and I'll be correcting him, even though he's one of the big name Bible scholars. He gets a lot of shit wrong. So that'll be fun. Then right after, I've got Blasphemous Bible on Aaron's channel, and then later in the evening on Saturday, we've got the debate review with Mark Reed. We alternate channels. This week it's on my channel, and we are discussing the famous Hitchens versus John Lennox debate. So that'll be neat. Sunday on the live show, well, I mean, hell, we're live now, but you know, the Sunday show.
The other live show.
We've got Christy Powell joining us from the ACA, talk about what he's been up to this summer and what might be in store for his original show on the ACA was Secular Sexuality. They're rebranding and rebuilding the show, and you know, maybe we'll find out some of what might be coming up there. And then on Sunday, back over to Aaron's for Joseph's Myth. And then actual next week, Mike Behe returns, and some AIG stuff the following weekend. So yeah, bunch of stuff coming up. Oh, and of course there's if Dr. Dino's doing a creationism theater on Monday, as per usual, I'll also be over
Of
there
course
for that.
I am.
So yeah,
Oh, yes.
yeah,
Next week is Mud Fossil University.
cool. So yeah, I
We
have a
will
lot
be
of
very
shit
lucky
going
if BMZ and I survive.
Yeah,
And
so
it
yeah,
will also be a drinking stream, so make sure to bring something light along.
Oh yeah, I've got hard ciders already set to go.
Ooh, good choice.
Yeah.
Probably what I'll go for.
Yeah, I figured that should work out well. But yeah, that's why I get behind on normal video creation, because I'm doing way too much streaming. It's fun though.
It is definitely easier. Like, I mean, making video content, it's hard and like time consuming, and just
For sure.
live streaming is like so much more low effort. Yeah, it's,
I've been contemplating doing like Telltale does, and taking like doing stuff live, and then the
Yeah.
people who are there live get to participate, and
Yeah.
then edit it down and release it as a regular video. Because even though this is a lot easier to do,
Yeah.
it never ever reaches anywhere near the same number of viewers as a regular video.
Yeah, that's the trade-off.
Now,
Low
see,
effort.
that's what I'm planning on doing with my Jurassic Park series. Read it live, edit it to a video.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, might be a
Yeah.
good way to do it.
Yeah, so I'm
maybe
contemplating.
get best of both worlds there, because it is a trade-off. Your effort versus viewership.
Yeah, and that way I can actually interact with the chat and then produce a version that doesn't have me talking to them. For
Yeah.
people who don't want to hear me read out things.
Yeah. So it's theoretically possible. My main worry is the quality difference, because StreamYard at this level it only puts out 720p, whereas my normally produced videos are 4K.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's going to make a difference or not, but maybe
Would
I am
OBS
upset.
work?
would what now?
Would OBS work?
If I still streamed on OBS, but I don't know how to do all the things that I can do now in StreamYard with OBS.
you
I'd
lose a lot of
functionality.
functionality with
Yeah.
OBS. OBS
Thanks.
is very good at overlays and integration, but StreamYard is really good at like dynamic, like, oh, gonna shift things around, do screen shares and all that. Yeah, it's much easier.
And I know there's a way to do both. Peter's been graciously offering to teach me for ages. I literally haven't had time. I'm spending all the time I have on making videos or being on air.
Yeah.
It just, but then maybe someday things will settle down. Although I seem to keep adding more streams. What can you do? What can you do? Yeah, and he mentions audio quality matters more than video, and that's absolutely true. Story, audio, then video. We've seen this in every format. The game Undertale, it just content over everything. But yeah, so it may be possible. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll edit this one down as a test. So we'll see.
Cool.
Yeah. So let's see. Bree is here. So first, I want to say thank you guys all for sticking with us. It's been a long stream. I know it's been fun for me, but I appreciate you guys hanging out so very long.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now we'll add Bree and see if Bree. Bree, did you want to talk while we were still on the air, or did you?
Oh,
did you
no,
want to hang out
no.
After.
I wanted to hang out. Actually, I wanted to talk to probe you guys and see if anybody was interested in doing something with me, but off air. Yeah.
Okay.
But
Okay.
anyway, yeah, I didn't mean to crash your stream or anything. It was a fun show. I've been listening over here while I was working.
Cool. Glad you liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. So I'll wrap up and then we can chat.
Okay.
Bloop.
All right. Cool.
Yee. Okay. So yeah. Anybody else? Final thoughts?
No, it was fun. It was a fun hangout, and I had a really good time.
Yeah.
Don't use fallacies if you can help it,
Yeah.
because it just makes your argument cheap.
Fallacies are common. We're all susceptible to them. Try to avoid them. Don't be like Kent Hovind.
That's always good advice. Yeah.
And don't be a Hovindite.
Don't
There
be a
you go.
Hovind.
Yep,
Don't be any Hovind.
don't be a dick.
Ember and Eric.
Yep.
Yeah.
Remember, you can be vulnerable too.
I say this many times on behalf of Eric's everywhere. I am sorry for Hovind.
Absolutely fair. Alrighty, folks. Thank y'all so much for watching. Thank you for subscribing. If you haven't already, please do take a moment to hit that button. It does help a lot. And as always, remember, you don't have to fall victim to all the crazy fallacies because you are better than religion. Good night.